There are a lot of games from the Xbox 360 era that people remember fondly, but very few get talked about the way that Saints Row 2 does. It doesn't matter how many years go by, someone will always pop up saying it's still the best game in the entire series. Some people will even go as far as calling it one of the greatest open world games ever made, and that's a pretty big reputation to live up to. So today I wanted to go back and play through it again, not to pick it apart frame by frame or overanalyze every single little game mechanic, but to just spend some time with it and to see how it feels all these years later. Does it still deserve all the praise it gets, or are we all looking back at it through nostalgia-colored glasses? Saints Row 2 was developed by Volition and published by THQ, released in October of 2008. It came out during one of the most competitive periods for open world games ever. Earlier that same year, Grand Theft Auto 4 had completely changed the conversation around what these kinds of games could be. Instead of trying to compete on realism though, Volition went in an almost opposite direction. They took everything people enjoyed about the first Saints Row game and simply made it bigger, crazier, and gave players even more freedom to kind of be chaotic. Critics at the time seemed to enjoy that approach. Reviews praised the amount of content, the expanded customization, the co-op campaign, and just how much freedom the game gave you. There was always something to do, whether you were progressing the story or getting completely distracted by one of the many side activities scattered around Stillwater. Hell, just the returning to Stillwater felt new and fresh and exciting for some reason back then. It wasn't perfect though. Even back in 2008, reviewers pointed out that the graphics weren't exactly pushing the hardware where it needed to be, and the shooting could feel clunky at times, something that Saints Row 3 would make fun of. And the AI wasn't the brightest in the bunch, something that every Saints Row game suffers from. Compared to Grand Theft Auto 4, it definitely looked a little rough around the edges, and not everyone appreciated its more immature sense of humor, though it did have its audience, and I'm proud to say I was one of them. Players, on the other hand, were willing to forgive a lot of that because the game was simply just fun. People loved how much control they had over their character, how alive Stillwater felt, and how the game wasn't afraid to let you be completely ridiculous 1 minute before throwing you into a surprisingly serious story mission the very next. That balance is a big reason why so many fans still point to this as a high point of the entire franchise. Story-wise, Saints Row 2 picks up after the ending of the very first game, after the explosion on the boat, where you, the viewer, the player, were left wondering who set the bomb off. The boss awakes after spending years in a coma to find that the Saints are gone. Stillwater has changed and the city is now controlled by an entirely new group of gangs. It's up to you to rebuild the 3rd Street Saints from the ground up and take everything back, one neighborhood at a time, repeating the core premise of the very first game. If you ever played the original though, don't worry too much. The game does a good job of bringing you along, but if you did play the first one, you'll appreciate just how much of this sequel builds on those events. Familiar faces return, old grudges have been forgotten, and almost every gameplay system from the original has been expanded in some way, whether for the good or for the bad. It really feels less like a completely new game and more like Volition looked at the Saints Row and asked, how can we make every part of this game bigger and better? And that's what we're really here to find out. Not who's better between Saints Row and Grand Theft Auto. That's a debate that's been going on for nearly 20 years, and I don't really think we're going to settle it today with my video. Instead, I just want to replay one of my favorite games from this era and see how it holds up. The story, the gangs, the activities, the world, all of it. Maybe it'll be every bit as good as I remember. Maybe we'll notice things that were completely overlooked back then. Or maybe we'll notice glaring problems that exist today that we didn't notice then. Either way, I'm glad you are here, so grab a drink, get comfortable, and let's head back to Stillwater to see if Saints Row 2 is really as good as we all remember it to be. Before we jump in, just a quick heads up, I have a speech impediment, so every now and then I might mispronounce a word, substitute it with a similar one, or avoid saying it altogether. I appreciate your patience, and I hope that this doesn't distract from the main video. We will also be leaving the cutscenes in their entirety. I want the story to be experienced the way that Volition intended, and we'll save our thoughts and opinions until after the scenes have played out. I'll do my best to keep things moving through the missions, but this isn't meant to be a speed run. The goal is for this to feel like we're hanging out on the couch replaying Saints Row 2 together. So, as you're watching, I'd love to hear your thoughts too. Share your memories, your favorite moments, or even the things that you disagree with. I'd love for this series to feel more like a conversation than me reviewing the game. With that, let's get into Saints Row 2 2008. Oh, what a time to be alive. Or in a coma in the boss's case.
You'll never guess who's awake.
You're shitting me.
Come see for yourself.
How long has it been?
Years. I stopped keeping track a while ago.
Can't believe it's been that long.
Time flies when you're watching someone breathe through a tube.
How's the family?
My wife's cheating on me with an Altor exec, and, My daughter sits in her room listening to Aisha albums all day.
Well, for a dead woman, she sure releases a lot of records.
No shit.
God, that was a hell of a year. Alderman Hughes, Mayor Winslow, Aisha, Chief Monroe.
All murdered by that asshole who's been sitting in intensive care on taxpayers' money.
He said he wouldn't pull the plug.
Lord knows why.
Anyone call the chief?
Couldn't get through. The press has been mobbing him with phone calls.
Oh, about the...
Yep.
I forgot that was today.
You should pay more attention.
Fuck off. How's the patient?
Seeing as they're still breathing after being caught in a massive explosion, I'd say pretty good.
Coming through!
What happened?
Shanking.
Put him over there. Sorry about that.
Have they said anything yet?
Not yet. But I'm about to take the bandages off. Yes. That looks like it healed nicely.
Be careful, Doctor. Your patient's dangerous.
You got anything you want to say to the judge, you better start thinking of it now.
You're wasting your time. Let's get a hold of Troy.
Psst. Hey, is it really you?
Do I know you?
My brother was in the Saints and he told me all about you. Listen, we gotta get you out of here.
Well, I'm sure if we ask nicely.
I know a way out.
Yeah? Then why are you still here?
I heard you were in here and I wanted to bust you out. Getting out of here is a two-man job and no one else will give it a try.
You really expect me to trust some guy I don't even know?
Come on, I just got myself shanked so I could get a chance to talk to you. Doesn't that show I'm loyal?
It shows that you're dumb enough to let yourself get stabbed.
I'm trying to help you.
You know what I got the last time I trusted someone? Blown the fuck up.
You need me.
The hell I do? I got the Saints.
Sure you do.
What's that supposed to mean?
How long do you think you've been out?
Man, I don't know, man. 2 or 3 weeks?
Look, I know you think you're a badass, but do you even know where you're at? Without me, you'll be wandering around the prison for hours. Even if you manage to hide from the guards that long, and if you actually figure out how to make it outside these walls, you're just gonna find out that you're sitting on a goddamn island. And I'm pretty sure you can't outswim the Coast Guard.
You got a boat stashed here?
No, but I know where we're gonna steal one.
All right, let's get out of here.
So we're going to work with Carlos to escape the prison, which we've been in a coma for a few years, and I'm going to use this opportunity just to explain things about how this playthrough slash walkthrough slash deep dive is going to work. First off, we're playing with the Juiced mod on. Saints Row 2 graphically looks terrible if you don't play it with the Juiced mod. It looks extremely washed out, and the vibrancy of the first game was completely removed in the second game. Plus, it suffers from a lot of performance issues on PC, which is the platform I'm playing on, and the Juiced mod fixes both of these things. So if you decide to download Saints Row for yourself and you want to play Saints Row 2 and you're wondering why your game doesn't look like my game, just download the Juiced mod and you can have all of the benefits of this Juiced mod. It's really great and it made the experience 10 times better for me because when I went from Saints Row 1 to Saints Row 2, I was like, ooh, I don't even want to play this. That being said though, the Juiced mod is not perfect and there still will be crashes and bugs. But graphically, it looks 10 times better and it works 10 times better. Next up, throughout the series of the Saints Row franchise, I'm going to try to keep our character as similar to the games as I possibly can, meaning I'm going to pick as close to the same cosmetics as possible. Meaning the character you're seeing in this game was my character in the first game, and I hope to continue that throughout the franchise. Spoiler alert, in Saints Row 3, they went with a totally different art style, so I all of a sudden look like a weirdly jacked Michael Bisping. Next up is audio issues. I'm going to do my best to balance the audio issues throughout the game, but sadly, the audio, just like the first game, is all over the place, so I'm gonna struggle with it. So there will be times where the audio is quieter and there will be times where the audio is louder. I'm gonna do my best to kind of make it even. But in the interest of full disclosure, if you're watching this on YouTube, then you might notice sections of the video sound really terrible. YouTube's copyright system is freaking abysmal. For instance, with the first Saints Row game, even though I put the music down to the lowest setting I possibly could other than off, I got hit with 12 copyright claims. And YouTube has the ability to erase the song from those sections, which makes the audio seem a little bit weird. Just know if you hit one of those segments, that's what's going on. YouTube sucks. Now, let's talk about the mission in general. Other than the obvious plot holes being how did this random dude that was in the prison randomly know that we were going to wake up at this exact moment and knew enough that he literally let himself get shanked to save us. Saints Row's never been about realism, but when there's such a plot hole right off the bat, we immediately have to go, what? What do you mean? Our new homie is Carlos. Carlos had family in the Saints back in the original game, and now he wants to become a part of the Saints now. The funny part is he openly requests to join the Saints, and for some reason we don't accept him, but then like in 2 missions we go and recruit him. We'll get to that when we get to that. What's really exciting about Saints Row 2 is the fact that graphically it looked better at the time, and it looks way better with the mod on now. But at the time, this was like a brand new fresh take on the very first game. What also felt really cool and unique about Saints Row 2 was how it seamlessly blended from the first game into the second game. Even though an entire first game existed, you could play Saints Row 2 and not feel left out. Admittedly, the secret mission ending, which we will do in this video, wouldn't have made much sense to you, but you felt like you were still involved. Playing the first game though and carrying on into the second game, my god, do you ever appreciate the work that Volition put into making this feel like a true sequel. We said in the intro essay that there is returning characters. There is so many returning characters, even characters you didn't even think about. Like the drug trafficking lady from the first game that's super racist makes a return in this game as a person we have to work with. These kind of callbacks are extremely special to me because I love things like that. My favorite things in anything, whether it's a movie, TV show, a book, or even just in video games, is when callbacks are made. It's something that is just truly exciting to me. So throughout this playthrough, I'm going to try to announce all of the callbacks and all of the crossovers and all the returning characters I can, and I don't even get them all. Saints Row is a big game, and there's a lot to do. There's lots of activities, lots of characters, and lots of random little indie windows and little moments that you have to really be paying attention to notice and truly appreciate everything that's happening inside of the game. Like later in the video when we get arrested and the police car number happens to be 69. At the time, that was peak humor, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the actual gameplay. Right off the bat, the gameplay is both better and worse. It feels smoother, but at the same time clunkier. I don't know how to explain it. It's like partially thawed butter. The top layer is really easy to spread across your bread, but the next layer just rips it apart. That's Saints Row 2. Almost immediately, you're going to realize that the only weapons you're going to ever want to use is the SMG and the pistols because everything else is incredibly inaccurate, something in which the Saints Row 3 will make fun of. Another change in this one is that you can be tased and flashbang, something that didn't really happen to us in the first game, but also something that becomes so annoying that, once again, Saints Row 3 will literally make fun of and mock. I really want to point it out here and now in the very beginning of this video how much work Volition put into this game to make it feel new and fresh and exciting while simultaneously feeling the same. Escaping the prison isn't necessarily hard. It's more just you're learning the mechanics, so you tend to struggle a little bit. Weapons handled differently, character handles differently, camera handles differently, and using the mods is a bit of work that we had to work around with that too. But that's not part of the original review. One thing that you will notice immediately upon playing Saints Row 2 is that it takes place a lot indoors where Saints Row 1 took place a lot outdoors, and something that Volition did not do a good job of was cameras. The camera for your character gets hooked on everything and is constantly glitching through walls and stuff like that, so visuals clutter is going to be an issue that I can't fix throughout the playthrough. Where the camera chooses to swing is completely out of my control. But it's also worth noting, from a gameplay standpoint, how incredibly annoying it's going to be. A perfect example of the bloom and the issues you're going to have with the gameplay mechanics when it comes to weapons is when we have to shoot down the helicopters. My goodness, is this gun the most inaccurate thing in the world, and they for some reason make you do this time and time again. Once again though, this will be once again referenced in Saints Row 3. Every complaint that players had throughout Saints Row 2 and 1, Saints Row 3 does a great job of poking fun at. And so I bring it up here so when we do our Saints Row 3 review / nostalgic deep dive, you guys can appreciate everything that it puts into there. The goal of this mission is to escape the prison, steal the boat, and then to transport yourself over to Stillwater. And Stillwater city skylines has changed quite drastically. There's bigger buildings, a lot of neon lights, but this will be nothing compared to Steelport in Saints Row 3. But it's a sign of things to come. Also, the unrealistic aspect, your suspension of disbelief better be dialed to 10 right now because this game goes a little bit hard into the disbelief territory. But I'm not opposed to it. Landing on the beach, we're going to be able to listen to Carlos announce to us everything that's changed within Stilwater. And my goodness, there has been a lot of changes in Stilwater. From homies to the game's perspective, everything is different, but also the same.
That's the road?
It is now.
Jesus, when did this happen?
When Alter got involved.
The clothing company.
After Hughes was killed in that bombing of yours, Alter picked up the pieces. Now they're everywhere. on TV, on billboards, in stores. Hell, if you ever forget who Walter is, just look towards Saints Row and you'll see that fucking eyesore. Here we are.
Where can I find the other Saints?
What other Saints?
What you talking about?
Without anyone to lead them, the Saints fell apart. Once the Brotherhood, Ronin, and Samdi showed up, the few that were left dropped their flags before they got killed.
Well, that's fucking great.
Look, I know you didn't ask for it, but my advice is to just keep your head down. The cops are looking for you and a lot's changed. I say you just go buy a beer and soak up as much information as you can.
Thanks, Carlos.
Anytime.
So there's no Saints left and we're going to have to rebuild the gang, but this time we're taking on the role of Julius, building it from the ground up and building the army that will eventually be beneath us. But our first task, as with any gang, is to rush to the nearest store to buy some clothes, because being trendy and thrifty is always the utmost importance. Eventually we're going to get to the same look that we had in Saints Row 1 with the full suit and the fedora. Personally, in real life, I'm a big fan of the 1940s dress style. Though I do not dress like that in real life because I'm not a weird Peaky Blinders kind of dude, but I do appreciate how they looked back then. Plus, when I think like gangsters, I always think of The Godfather, and I want to kind of, give off that vibe. So we're going to rush over to Sloppy Seconds where we're going to pick out our outfit. Well, it's no 1940s dress attire, but I do look like a frat boy you should probably cover your drink around. Seeming how we just got out of prison and we look like a frat boy, the obvious choice in the next location will be T&A, or Tits and Ass. We're gonna go there to get a drink as well as learn that the row isn't the same as it used to be, and we're really gonna get a vibe of how far things have gone.
Led by some to be the trial of the century. A notorious member of a gang once known as the 3rd Street Saints, Johnny Gat, was arrested last year in an assassination attempt against then-decorated police officer Troy Bradshaw. In the resulting trial, Gat was convicted of 1 count of attempted murder and a staggering 387 counts of first-degree murder, promptly sending him to death row.
Hey, Barry, turn this shit off!
Has filed appeal after appeal in a
Yeah, I was watching that.
I guess you're not anymore, are you, bitch?
Could you turn the TV back on?
In a few short moments, we'll be allowed back in the courtroom and we'll find out, once and for all, if Mr. Gat will go home a happy man or a dead one. Back to you, Jack.
Oh, shit.
Some major developments just happened there, and if you didn't play the first game, let me explain. The police officer featured to the left beside Johnny Gat's profile picture there, that's Troy Bradshaw. He was actually a member of the 3rd Street Saints who worked closely with Dex in the first game. He was always a little bit off, and I always had the vibe, even the first time I ever played it way back in 2006, that he was an undercover cop. Main reason, and I said it in the first video where we covered Saints Row, was the fact that we had recently had a new movie franchise start called The Fast and the Furious. And everybody knew that Brian O'Connor was very much the inspiration behind Troy Bradshaw, meaning that when it was unveiled at the very end of the game that he was an undercover cop, nobody was shocked by this news. Now, in order for us to unlock the secrets, we're going to have to wait until the end of the game, where we will be going to Troy's office and learning how the ending of the game actually unfolded and who was to blame. But for now, just know that we do know who Troy is. With that backstory out of the way, we're going to rush over to the courthouse where we're going to save Johnny Gat. I have to point out that Johnny Gat looks like he aged about 50 years between the first and second game. Ironically, in the third game, he looks like he did in the first game, so I don't know actually how old Johnny Gat is, but in this game, he's about 150. This is our first sign that Saints Row 2 isn't going to be a gang simulation game. It's already started with the over-the-top, and I'm here for it. I want to be very clear. We're going to be harping on it throughout our, nostalgic deep dive. We're going to be harping on the unrealistic parts of the game or the frustrating parts of the game, but we also have to appreciate that Saints Row 1, 2, 3, 4 were all very fun games. And I'm doing it out of a place of love, not out of a place of hatred. Storming the courthouse is not a normal thing for anybody to do, and this is like Joker levels of insanity. But if you were to view your character as, say, the Joker of the Saints, then it all makes a lot more sense, except for we are very much motivated by greed and not just simply chaos. Arriving at the courthouse, we get a brief cutscene where we see that the trial isn't going in Gat's favor.
Mr. Gat, you've been convicted of over 300 murders. Do you really expect this appeal to work?
I figure with the statute of limitations, it really should be closer to 250.
There's no statute of limitations for murder.
Why the fuck not?
Watch yourself, Mr. Gat.
Or what? You'll hold me in contempt of court? You're already planning on giving me the chair. You think I give a shit about you not liking me? Fuck off.
I'm curious if you can keep your cavalier attitude when 2,000 volts are running through your body.
Oh yeah? And I'm curious if you can keep acting like a douchebag when I shove that gavel up your ass.
My client would like that stricken from the record.
What's that?
Drop it.
Anyone hit and need a lawyer?
Shit. About time your burnt ass woke up.
You okay, Johnny?
Yeah, aside from almost getting sent to the chair, I'm fucking great. Hey, you look different. You do something with your hair?
You ready to get out of here?
Like I said, Gat looks like he's about 150 years old. Though the game did clarify that it's been a few years since the events of Saints Row 1. Let's briefly talk about what happened in Saints Row 1. The Saints were essentially just a small gang that was limited to exactly one church in one district. And there was 3 other gangs that they needed to deal with. The Rollers, the Los Carnales, I know I butchered that name, I always do, and the Vice Kings. And throughout the events of the first game, we work our way through each of these gangs, leaving 1 member alive per gang. For the Vice Kings, we left Benjamin, a longtime friend of Julius, the Saints leader. From the Rollers, we left Donnie, a mechanic who happened to be dating the Saints undercover placement Lynn. Lynn was killed inside of the back of a car after being shot by that Rollers leader. She used her last breath to help us escape. And finally, that leaves the Los Carnales, where we let the wife of the gang lord live because she bought last season's shoes. No, I am not joking. With that being said, all that was left in the city was the government. Throughout the entire first game, every single time we went after a gang, they constantly made calls that we didn't get to see or listen to, but it was always to somebody else. That somebody else happened to be the chief of police, as well as the mayor of the town. By the end of the game, we ended up being manipulated, the 3rd Street Saints, into doing some political assassinations, from killing a police chief to killing a mayor candidate. And in the end, we were lured to a boat to meet with the new mayor to discuss how the world's going to work now that he's in power and he's going to take down the Saints. There, we got a cutscene of every single person that we let survive and how they're going through a hard time or they're trying to hide from the Saints as a whole, right before the boat exploded and the events of the first game took place. Now that you're all caught up, essentially the exact same thing has happened again. The Saints have been absolutely dissolved into nothing, and the 2 remaining members are Johnny Gat and us, otherwise known as Playa. Alright, now that you're caught up, let's talk about what's happening here. We simply have to escape the courthouse, and this is going to be a repeating theme throughout the entire franchise. Pretty much, it's always fight your way out of everywhere. All the old staples are still here. You got that Saints Row humor, which I really appreciate. It's not as cliche as, say, Marvel comic humor from like the Marvel movies, but it's there enough where you're like, haha, but it's not over impeding like in the Marvel movies. But all the same activities in the same city. It's the same game, but not the same game, if that makes any sense at all. Let's speed this up. We're going to hit Forgive and Forget, which is going to wipe our slate clean and allow us to be able to have no notoriety. And then we're going to drive over to Johnny Gat's house. He now lives in the suburbs with Aisha, who is Johnny Gat's girlfriend that we faked the death of in the first game. And that's where our mission ends.
I'm surprised you're not still working from the trailer, Helmers.
Well, you know, I figured I needed to keep a closer eye on my girls.
How's that working out for you?
I got no idea where the hell they are.
You think that might have something to do with you parking your ass in a lawn chair making beer pyramids instead of working the corner?
What are you getting at?
Just that maybe you
getting smart with me?
No, I'm just
'Cause
saying.
if I think you getting smart with me, I got a good mind to step out of this chair and give you a tanning.
All I'm trying to say is that you're a busy guy who can't be bothered to keep tabs on everyone. Why not go track down your missing girls?
You do that for me.
If you got the money, sure.
Now, it's no secret that the majority of the Saints Row content is broken up into activities, side content that you're mandatorily have to do in order to be able to progress the main story by earning respect. So let's go through those activities now, starting with Snatch. Snatch is just like the first game. You drive around, you pick up your hoes, and then you bring them to the pimp, and then every time you do this, the missions get harder and harder. Upon completion, you take over a part of the district, and you get yourself some rep as well as some money. I don't like the mission Snatch. I know some people do. I don't. I think it's boring. I think it's absolutely the worst experience ever, and this continued from the very first game to the very last game I ever played of Saints Row. The main reason why is because the AI is unfair. When you're being chased by the enemies, they will just spawn in front of you, or beside you, or inside you, or around you, and it's just absolutely infuriating. When picking up your hose, they will sometimes just take forever to get into the car, leading to your eventual death. It's too much out of the player's control, so Snatch is not an activity that I enjoy doing, so I avoid it at all costs. Moving on.
I just wanted to get this out of the way, Mr. Mueller. I'm a big fan.
Glad to hear it. And please, call me Chuck.
So tell me about the project.
Well, we're looking to do a follow-up to our blockbuster documentary, Skeeters on Fire, which really captured the youth market. What I'm imagining is something edgy, something urban, something I like to call Bangers on Fire. See, it's about...
I'm in.
Really? Huh. Well, most people have some questions about the safety of the...
I just want to light stuff on fire. You don't have to sell me.
Okay, let's just get you registered with the union and we'll have you running around in a flame suit in no time.
Up next is trailblazing. You are on a quad, you're on fire, and you drive through a racetrack and you blow stuff up to gain extra time. It is extremely hard for me to be hard on this one when it's literally just pure chaos. Some tracks are very much harder than other tracks, and there will be times where it feels unfair, but with trailblazing, you can learn from your mistakes, and over time, you can overcome a lot of the issues that exist here. There's no AI really in your way, it's just mostly learning the tracks and the fastest route through them while collecting as many time bonuses as you possibly can. I have no issues with trailblazing. In fact, the only issues I ever start having with trailblazing is in Saints Row 3, where they randomly decide to make it some sort of stupid tunnel minigame, but we'll get to that when we get to that. For now, trailblazing will be one of the side activities that we lean on most to be able to build our rep to continue the main story. Next up, we have racing. Racing makes a return in Saints Row 2, but in a different format. Where in Saints Row 1, it was heavily focused on circuit racing, every race in Saints Row 2 is different. Sometimes you're on a quad, sometimes you're on a motorcycle, sometimes you're in a helicopter. I appreciate the innovation and the step forward when it comes to racing because it's hard to make racing good in a game that isn't hyper-focused on racing. It'd be like if Forza decided to add a cooking simulator. It probably wouldn't be the best. What I will say, though, is that the racing events are kind of boring. There's just no oomph to it, the driving mechanics aren't there, and the races are over pretty quickly. That being said, though, it is easy rep and easy money to be able to work towards your main story goals. For me personally, I only did a handful of races just simply because I couldn't be bothered. There's much faster ways to earn experience and rep, and racing isn't one of them. And to be honest with you, between you and me, I don't enjoy racing in any game that isn't a racing game. I came to Saints Row to shoot stuff and blow stuff up, not drive a car slowly around a track. Which we should note right here and now that all the cars in this game feel like they've been weirdly governed to only go a certain speed, even the sports cars and the supercars. And adding to this frustration is once you hit a certain speed, the engine noise just loops over and over again in like a 5-second loop, so it becomes extremely annoying. Moving on to the next activity though.
Archibald Nice, damn pleasure to meet you. Sit down, sit down.
What's this about?
What this is about is protection. Physical protection for my clients and financial protection for yourself.
What do you mean?
The entertainment industry and gangs go hand in hand. Remember when those bikers worked security at Altamont? Worked out then, and this'll work out now. I got a lot of talent that's getting ready to walk the red carpet, and I want to make sure no crazy fans hurt my investment. Let's not put anyone in body bags here, but roughing up a couple tweens is fine by me.
I do not think there could have been a worse activity made in the entire history of gaming. I'm sure you guys can think of one, but for me, when it comes to the Saints Row franchise, I really hate crowd control. Your task is to follow a NPC who slowly walks like 40 feet and then turns around and walks slowly back 40 feet. If there's one thing that gamers hate, it's follow quests. If one thing that gamers hate more, it's escort quests that involve following. And then you pair that with the very lackluster AI that exists inside of Saints Row 2, and you are looking at one of the most brutally boring formats that you will ever play. This is the one and only crowd control mission I did. And to the people that are going to come out and say, oh, other ones get better, I don't care. This has to be the most mundane and boring experience of your life. You walk, you wait for somebody to run out and fight you, and then you fight that person, and then they fall down, and then you repeat that for the length of the mission, 2 to 3 to 5 minutes. I didn't like it in Assassin's Creed 2, or Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, or Far Cry, or Saints Row, or Grand Theft Auto. I'm not going to pretend to like it in Saints Row, even though I love the Saints Row franchise. This is sped up, by the way. We're moving on.
God damn it!
What's up?
The doctors won't let me do MMA because I got a broken hand. I tore my ACL.
I think your doctor had the right idea.
Horse pussy, man. I could break any of those assholes that are fighting if I was cleared.
The fight's going on now?
Yeah.
Shit, I might as well take your spot.
Hey, you can't do that.
Yeah? Why don't you run and catch up?
Hey, fuck you, asshole!
We're going to break the first rule here, but we got to talk about Fight Club.
3,
Fight Club's
2,
actually
1.
pretty good if you just want some mundane fighting gameplay. Let's be honest here. The year is 2008. There's not much to offer in the way of like deep gameplay mechanics when it comes to Saints Row. So the combat when it comes to melee is going to be extremely rudimentary. You can punch them lightly or punch them hard. And sometimes you can pick up a weapon and you can hit them lightly or you can hit them hard. I will say the ragdoll physics is pretty funny whenever you're doing these fighting pits. I don't come here too often to build my rep. I use a couple other methods we'll go into later in the video. But I do think Fight Club was a good addition to the Saints Row franchise, and it makes sense when it goes into the game universe. I would have liked to see Fight Club maybe have replaced racing or have literally replaced crowd control. It's good enough that I'm happy it's here, but it's not good enough that I ever even remembered it was in the game or came back to it really after this fight. There's some rewards you can unlock along the way, but we just didn't do that. But we're covering everything that there is to cover when it comes to the activities, and this is one of the activities that you can do. Just don't talk about it. Another returning activity from Saints Row 1 is escort. You pick up a lady of the night, and then you pick up one of her patrons, and then you drive them around town while they make sweet, sweet macaroni noises in the back seat. Along the way, you'll get requests like drive super fast, crash into cars, kill a target, jump the car, but the main objective is to avoid the paparazzi and news vans as well as the private investigators that chase you around the city. I will say that this is probably one of the better activities to do in Saints Row 2, but I will also note that sometimes it can feel a little bit rigged. Due to the limitations of the hardware at the time, sometimes there will be like 7 news vans that just spawn in front of you and there's literally nothing you can do about it. Or they'll spawn directly beside you, and due to the animations of the time, it'll randomly launch your car into a wall causing you to die. But when you compare it to the last few activities that we covered, this is one of the better ones, and I highly recommend using it to build your rep. Plus, it's just one of those ones that's fun no matter if it's going bad or good. You're just having a good time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably my favorite way to earn rep inside of Saints Row 2, and it's the chop shop. There's a bunch of chop shops within the city that you can go and get cars for. Each car gives you money in rep, and there's tons of cars to go and get. Making it better is you can do this activity passively just by activating the little track on your HUD, and the car will literally pop up on your mini-map if it's the car that you're looking for. Adding to this is a lot of the cars are super commonly found within the world, and you can gain a ton of rep relatively fast by simply focusing on this for like an hour. I mostly did my entire playthrough by doing chop shop activities and collecting the cars, and I only supplemented my chop shop activities with the odd escort activity or one of the other activities we just covered. To me, the best way to build your rep inside of Saints Row 2 is to do the chop shop activities. Sadly, this is the best that the chop shop will be throughout the entire franchise, because after this is basically an afterthought, and before this it was annoying as hell to do. So enjoy the peak chop shop activity while you can.
Don't bother signing up.
Excuse me?
You're thinking about signing up for that there demo derby, and I'm telling you not to bother.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
No need to get salty. I'm just telling it like it is. I'm gonna win that derby, and there ain't shit you can do about it.
Looks like we'll find out, won't we?
The Demolition Derby from the first game was the worst experience that we ever had. We even noted that in our deep dive of Saints Row 1. My god, did they take everything wrong with Saints Row 1's Demolition Derby and threw that in the garbage and said, you know what, let's actually do this right, and they actually did a fantastic job in Saints Row 2. First off, you can level up your car and put on armor and different stuff to make your car do better inside of the Demolition Derby. 2, you can also pick the cars that you're using inside of the Demolition Derby, and 3, the Demolition Derby itself just feels more fun to do. And fair is really the problem that I had with the first Demolition Derby in Saints Row 1. In Saints Row 1, it felt like your car was made out of paper mache and the enemy's cars was made out of boulders, so you would hit the enemy car and your car would explode. The enemy would hit you and your car would explode. You would just try to drive, your car would explode. It made completing the activities in Saints Row 1 when it came to the Demolition Derby extremely frustrating to do. While I'm happy to say in Saints Row 2, it is actually really good. The sad part is in my brain, for some reason, completely and utterly threw it out whenever I did this mission. So I never came back here to experience the full potential of the Demolition Derby now that we're almost 20 years later. And I think this has a lot to do with the massive sour taste that the Demolition Derby in Saints Row 1 left me. That really should speak wonders to how bad it was in Saints Row 1. But I will give credit where credit is due to Volition. When they came to making Saints Row 2's Demolition Derby, they really did do 100% different than what they did in Saints Row 1 for the better. And that's worth noting and worth commending. So good job, Volition, there. Moving on. Okay, moving on from a great improvement to a slightly better version of something that's terrible. We're going to be talking about the Hitman activity. Now, the Hitman activity in Saints Row 1 was a nightmare. You had to drive around and try to find these random NPCs, and they would randomly spawn, and there was a percentage that they would spawn somewhere else. It was the brutal. Saints Row 2's Hitman system is pretty much the exact same thing, but with some improvements. So the one that you're watching right now, we have to go kill a guy, but in order to kill this guy, you have to go get drunk, and then you have to drive to a specific location, and then he'll spawn, which is kind of annoying. But throughout my playthrough, random other Hitman targets will randomly spawn. Like maybe I need to kill a police officer, so one time during a chase, all of a sudden he spawns and I'd go take him out. Or I'd be fighting a gang and I'd realize that one of my targets happens to be across the road, so I go take him out. Saints Row 1, there wasn't that ability. In Saints Row 2, they allowed these NPCs to kind of exist in the world, and it made it feel a lot better. Now, if you're specifically hunting down these targets, obviously you're going to be playing a more Hitman-esque like game. For me, I didn't really think about it, but I still managed to get majority of my Hitman targets done by just doing the mission. Just playing the game. They'd just pop up, they'd be here, they'd be there, and I'd just go take them out. So in that aspect, I appreciate what Volition did. What I don't appreciate about what Volition did was adding certain parameters around certain of the Hitman targets that you wouldn't possibly know without looking it up. And for 2008, yes, we had the internet, but looking up walkthroughs and Let's Plays wasn't popularized yet. This was all stuff that you just figure out on your own. Now, to be honest with you, there is hints and clues inside of each individual Hitman target, but people don't think about these things. Human beings and gamers are like water. We follow the path of least resistance. If there's a bunch of layers in between me figuring out the information on my Hitman and me finding my Hitman target, I'm just not going to look for them. Unless I'm a completionist, and I'm not. This game's 20 years old. I could care less. But we did manage to get most of it done. I just wanted to give credit where credit's due. They made improvements for the good and for the bad, but definitely better than the first game.
Well, hello there. You're just the person I was looking for.
What's up, Lee?
I got a couple of ongoing cases against the Stilwater PD, and I could use a little leverage.
What kind of leverage?
Well, I figure if you got yourself on that cop show Fuzz, we could show the world a side of our police force that isn't exactly primetime friendly.
I don't like the idea of taking beatings for your clients.
Oh, you misunderstand me. I want you dressed as one of Stillwater's finest.
And let me guess, there's gonna be a lot of people resisting arrest.
Well, what happens in the course of duty is up to you. Far be it from me to tell an officer of the law how to beat an unarmed man with a blunt object, or how to discharge your weapon on someone who's trying to surrender.
Thanks for not judging how I do my job.
Oh, I have nothing but respect for our men in uniform.
Let's get some...
Man, this is one of those activities that you know why it didn't make a return in Saints Row, the reboot. Oh my god. Okay, so you pretend to be a cop and then you go around and just beat random people who are committing very minor crimes. We all know that this is meant to be funny and it's meant to make fun of the show Cops. But my god, like playing it, you realize how offensive it is. And I'm not even a person that has thin skin. I'm not a left-wing person. I'm not of those things. I'm a person that just enjoys video games, but I can see why this one was cut out. If they tried to recreate this in modern day 2026, my goodness, the world would explode. Look what happened at that roast of Kevin Hart when they made jokes about George Floyd. My God, this would never last. Just looking at it, you're like, oh, this is pretty offensive. I can laugh at it, but at the same time, let's talk about the actual activity in a serious matter. It's alright, there's nothing special about it. It was one of those activities that you knew the developers threw in just to be edgy, but overall, it's just boring. I'm not even just saying that because of it's offensive or controversial, it's just boring. You go from one place to another and you beat up people and you commit crimes as a police officer. But sadly, it's all ruined by the fact that you get this annoying ass cameraman talking to you nonstop. I only did this one mission for the fuzz and then I never did it again, just literally because I hated the camera guy. Just being honest with you. Moving on.
You have a lovely office.
Please, do you really think I'd meet you anywhere public? Look on the bright side. At least we're not on a boat.
I'm glad you can joke about your husband's death.
I'm crying on the inside, I assure you.
What do you want?
Justice.
Then call the cops.
I said I wanted justice.
Who pissed you off?
Altors made fortunes by standing on the shoulders of my husband. The gentrification of Saints Row was first referred to as the Hughes Initiative, then the Altor Hughes Initiative, and now just the Altor Initiative. My husband's legacy has been stolen, and if I can't benefit from it, neither can Altor. I want you to devalue their property.
I'm gonna need the name of the septic company the city's got a contract with.
Why do you need to know that?
You'll see.
Ah, the Septic Avenger. This mission holds a special place in my heart because I can very vividly remember my friend Michael coming to school the day after he bought Saints Row and telling me all about how he drove around the city spraying crap all over people. And he talked this mission up to no end. Now, I grew up extremely poor, so I had to wait for him to beat the game before I got to play it. And this was his favorite mission. He talked about it all the time. So when he beat Saints Row and he lent it to me and I finally got to play the game and I did this mission, my God, was I ever let down. This mission sucks. To put it in perspective, this mission is literal dookie. You're basically on a mission to drive around and spray crap all over a bunch of objects in the game. But you're on rails, so you don't control the speed, you don't control where you go, and you don't control how long you're beside a target. Adding to this, there's a cooldown feature for the poop that you're spewing everywhere. You can literally blow up the truck by spewing too much poop. It's annoying because of the rail segment. If you were able to drive the truck yourself and do it yourself, then this wouldn't be a problem. But because it's on rails, sometimes you'll blow right past something and you don't even know that you need to shoot at it. It reminds me of this mission from another game, Wobbly World, where you have to shoot newspapers at houses while on rails, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world, because you're not in control. That's the exact same thing for this Septic Avenger mission. I will never do another one of these missions after this, but I do appreciate the fact that this mission is so terrible that it literally reminded me of my best friend from school. I don't recommend this mission. I'm sure people will say it's a skill issue or whatever. I don't literally give a crap. I thought this mission sucked, and I knew it was only thrown into the game to be controversial, just like the fuzz, and I don't really care about it. Moving on.
Luz? What you doing here? I thought the Colombians were sending their mule.
They did.
You're shitting me.
Why are you surprised?
I just never thought I'd see you doing, like, actual work.
Believe me, I wouldn't be here if Manuel hadn't cut me off.
Yeah, that was a fucking shocker.
Can we not talk about it?
He found someone younger, didn't he?
Are you gonna help me sell this shit or not?
Well, aren't you the big bad drug dealer?
You know what? Fuck you.
I'm coming. I wouldn't want to miss this.
Oh, drug trafficking. First off, meet Luz. I told you that we left one person alive from each gang. She's one of them. She's the wife from the Los Carnales, who bought shoes. And now, Manuel, the man that she was cheating on her husband with, is forcing her to run drugs. But that's neither here nor there. It's a side activity, so we never talk to her ever again. Let's talk about the actual mission, drug trafficking. I gotta be 110% honest with you guys. Drug trafficking, no matter what Saints Row game you play, suffers from the exact same problem, and it's the fact that you, the player, are not in control. I don't control the speed of the car. I don't control where the car goes. I don't control the AI, and I definitely don't control the enemies that are coming after us. Adding to this frustration is the fact that the game tells you what weapons you get to use and how much ammo you have per weapon. I would just always end up using a pistol because what's the point in using 4 rockets when I know I'm going to verse 557,000 enemies? Don't know if you can do math or not, but 4 rockets cannot compete with that amount of enemies. The truth is that drug trafficking is extremely frustrating because of all those reasons. It's not a fun experience. It's meant to be, but the AI is just so bad. Your driver will run out and sometimes get stuck behind random objects, causing you to sit there and just get shot for way too long. Sometimes they'll straight up just forget where they are and go T-posing. And increasing the problems is the fact that the enemy AI doesn't fight fair. They spawn in front of you, beside you, inside you, and all around you, and they have an infinite amount. There's no finite amount of enemies you have to kill, so you could kill thousands in the amount of time that it takes you to do a 2-minute long mission. I know some people really enjoy this mission and some people don't, and I'm one of the people that don't. I don't enjoy the premise of it. If you allowed me to run the drugs and me to be in control, then I feel like I would have a fair fight. Truth of the matter is you feel as a player like you're fighting against your NPC ally, the enemies that are coming after you, as well as just simply the game mechanics themselves. Once again, due to the technology of the time, enemies will literally just materialize 4 feet in front of you, and they're already pre-shooting you before they've even registered and or spawned into the world. There will be times where you're taking damage and there's not a single thing in front of you. So I don't do a lot of drug trafficking in this game. I do all the easy ones and then I just kind of move on with my day. I don't think about it ever again. It's just simply not fun enough for you to want to invest a lot of time into, and it's frustrating enough that you just kind of avoid it. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. I understand that this is one of those missions where it's very decisive on which side of the fence you were on.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
So what's this business proposal you mentioned?
You know, a woman getting ahead in the medical field is an uphill battle. I don't care what anyone says.
I may be a badass, but I don't think I can change the way an entire profession thinks about gender.
If I get in the Brilliant Book of World Records for most patients served, I think that would send a message that women are just as proficient, if not more so, than their male counterparts.
All right.
Where are you going?
You said you were planning on treating more patients, so I figured you wanted me to hurt some people.
Oh, God, no. Surgery takes a lot of time. I need you to fake multiple injuries so I can treat you faster than I normally could.
Doesn't cheating to get a world record kind of undercut your point?
I'll live.
Just checking.
Insurance fraud. It's everybody's favorite one, including mine. Insurance fraud requires 3 elements. It requires you to ragdoll, and it requires a car. Pretty simple, right? That little pause for you may have seemed like not that long to wait for a car. There will be later sections, especially when you get to the higher tiers of insurance fraud, where you'll be asked to stand in like the suburbia crossroad, and not a single car will spawn for 5 minutes, meaning you just stood there and wasted your time. I don't know how to explain this. Insurance fraud's incredibly fun, and then it becomes actually one of the worst side activities in the game, especially in Saints Row 4. There's actually already a short on the channel, if you go check it out, of how terrible insurance fraud will eventually get. But in the earlier Saints Row games, this is one of the best side activities. It was just fun for the sake of having fun. I can think throughout my entire childhood, all the way through my adult years into my 30s, I can think of many games that involved just breaking as many bones as you can, and that's what this entire side activity capitalized on. And so that's why it's everybody's favorite activity. But in Saints Row 2, I don't know what happened. It was like the cars don't spawn sometimes, and it's extremely frustrating. Like, it is so frustrating. You could be almost at the end. You could need $1 million in damages, and you're at 999,999, and not a single goddamn car will spawn. So while insurance fraud is still one of my absolute favorite side activities, I will call it out in Saints Row 2. It's miserable. It seems like every iteration of the first 3 Saints Row games had a problem when it came to insurance fraud. Saints Row 1 was inconsistency in the damage numbers that it gave you, as well as your ragdoll physics. Saints Row 2, it's an inconsistency of when the cars are even going to come, or if they're not going to come at all. And in Saints Row 3, you could be having a really good streak and the game would go, well, that's enough, and just spawn you back on the ground on your feet, ending your high total. It will get to a point where doing it no longer feels worth the time. Insurance fraud takes a lot of time in order to be able to get done, especially with the way that the cars spawn in Saints Row 2. in my playthrough, I chose to focus on like the first levels 1 through 5 maybe, and then I just stopped doing that levels activity and moved on to the next. It just didn't have the payoff that was required. It wasn't the payoff in the money, and it definitely wasn't the payoff in rep, but it more was a waste of my time. So as much as I do really like insurance fraud, I really don't enjoy it in Saints Row 2 now that I look back on it, which is the whole point in this entire deep dive, is to look at things that we like and don't like. Now obviously this is going to be completely independent to every single one of our own individual playthroughs, so you might not have the problems that I have, but I can tell you in my playthrough, cars just didn't spawn, or they would despawn right before they got to me. You'll see that a lot actually throughout the entire game. Enemy cars just despawning before they ever see you. That's enough rambling, on to the next. Before we do though, I do have to note that Saints Row 2 added the adrenaline feature, which gives you hyper control over your ragdoll physics, as well as gives you bonuses. As long as you stay within a certain radius, you'll gain extra adrenaline. I do really enjoy this feature, though it will become a problem in later releases of Saints Row as a franchise, as it becomes easily exploitable. Once again, view my short to see how exploitable it can become.
I want to start moving some product through the barrio, but the zombie have it locked down tight. Once we knock them out of the way, all we gotta worry about is the Brotherhood moving to take their place. Hope you know how to fly a helicopter.
Heli Assault. I have a love-hate relationship with Heli Assault. It starts off fine, and you just think that you're going to go around and you're going to take out random targets, but then as the missions evolve, eventually what it just defaults to is you escorting X, Y, or Z character across the map, while random gangs try to attack them. I feel like Heli Assault is a missed opportunity to really let the player just go nuts. This will be fixed in Saints Row 4 with the UFO assaults, which is basically Heli Assault but on steroids. When it comes to Saints Row 2, it just becomes kind of boring. As I've already stated, escort quests aren't fun. The first introduction into Heli Assault, you're like, I could get behind this, and then it just becomes repetitive follow quest. To put it in perspective, you already have escort, which is escorting somebody around the map. Then you have drug trafficking, which is escorting somebody around the map. You have Heli Assault, which is escorting somebody around the map. When you look at it that way, you realize Heli Assault is the same pig with different lipstick every single time. That being said though, it is the more fun version of all of those that we just mentioned, so I will say that I enjoy Heli Assault. I just have to say it's not utilized to its full potential. Heli Assault should have been just like balls to the walls, dog combat. Air combat, just going insanity, taking out buildings, taking out, you name it, it should have been that, and it wasn't. It was a letdown. It was just escorting again. But they tricked you by giving you this mission. Every mission after this is just following a car. Kind of boring.
Second of airtime that Zach Johnson is stealing from me.
Who?
You know, that nutjob lawyer who gets hard at the idea of a lawsuit. Lately he's been crusading against media he deems to be offensive.
Does he have a lot of support?
Not really. But the guy makes a big enough ass out of himself that whenever he pulls some stunt, people listen. And if people are watching him, they're not watching me.
So what do you want me to do?
Get out there and give me something worth covering. The more damage you do, the longer I can do a live broadcast.
The Mayhem side activity. It is hard to argue that Mayhem is not the best side activity in the entire game. The objective is literally just blow stuff up until you hit the price value, in which is predetermined by the level in which you're doing the mission. It is literally that simple, and I have to be honest with you, sometimes the missions get grating, or maybe the AI just gets annoying, or you just get sick and tired of the mundaneness of doing all the other side activities. Mayhem is the palate cleanser. What's the one thing you always did when you played Grand Theft Auto? You tried to get a 5-star wanted level and cause as much chaos as you possibly can. Saints Row took that literal choice you made in Grand Theft Auto and made it an entire side activity where your only objective is just to cause as much damage as you possibly can. And I can't argue that it's good or bad. It's literally the easiest thing, so the only thing I'm gonna do is offer you a pro tip. If you want to get your combo higher, shoot fences, garbage cans, and whatever's on the side of the road. Each individual asset offers you a bonus, and with every bonus, the bigger items like cop cars, tanks, helicopters, and just random things on the road will give you more money. Mayhem is the perfect palate cleanser to end off the activities with. There's one more activity to talk about, but it's also tied to the story, which means you have to do it too. So let's talk about that. Okay, let's talk about strongholds. Strongholds are like these fortified locations where you're given a task to take control of the district away from a gang. Each gang has a certain amount of strongholds that are mandatory mandatory for you to take over in order to complete that gang storyline. Strongholds are not hard by any means, nor are they really interesting. Sometimes it just involves spray painting, but most of the time it's just kill everybody inside of the stronghold. Just like with Saints Row 1, I think strongholds are a massive missed opportunity to allow the player to build up their racket. Build up the strongholds into something that makes them more money, level it up, upgrades, do missions specific to each stronghold. It was just an afterthought. It was just like, hey, take over this building, now you own it, and never go back to it ever again. I would have liked to have seen it, and this doesn't get fixed in the entire franchise, but I would like to have seen them use it to be able to upgrade so then you could expand your business. Maybe we take over the caves like we're doing right now, and then we use the caves in order to be able to launder money, or to run a drug lab, or to run a sex ring. Like, we could have done literally anything, but instead we take over the caves and then we never think about it again, which is really funny because we take over these caves and then our very first mission for one of the gangs, the Brotherhood, is literally in this exact cave, but nothing changes. It's that lack of change that drives me absolutely mental when it comes to Saints Row and the Stronghold. So, what did we just do? Every single activity in every single stronghold, I'm going to do off camera. But in the interest of the deep dive, I wanted to carry over every single thing that we were doing. Just know off camera, I'm completing all of the side activities and I'm doing all of the strongholds. I'm not going to waste your time with it anymore. We just wasted 30 minutes going over it. One thing to also note though is over 60% of the game is side activity, and the side activity is mandatory to the main storyline. You cannot progress the main story if you do not have the rep to do the story missions, meaning that this side content is actually more like mandatory content, and it makes up 60% of the game of just repeating the same thing over and over again. You can look at that as good and or bad. I'm going to leave that up to you. But what I am going to let you know is I'm doing 60% of the game off camera. Everything moving forward will be 100% focused on the actual main story and the progression through taking down the different gangs and taking over the city. With that out of the way, let's continue the main story of Saints Row 2. Getting back to the main story, oftentimes in Saints Row, when you have to do the next mission, you have to drive to the location. This is no shocker. This has been the same for Saints Row, Grand Theft Auto, and pretty much every game that's ever existed ever. So we're on our way to Gat's house. The one thing that the Saints are going to need is some sort of headquarters in order to be able to, start laying down roots and, build a home for their family and stuff like that, as Vin Diesel would say. So we're going to head over to Gat's house to try to figure out this prop. Where are the Saints going to call home?
Well, come on in. You want a beer?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Johnny, who's that?
Yo, come to the living room and find out.
Johnny, I don't care if you just broke out of jail. You do not mess with my furniture. Oh my God, it's you.
Surprised, Aisha?
What, that you're here or that you're talking?
Pick one.
We all thought you were dead.
I almost was.
Well, for someone who was blown to hell, you look great. Did you do something with your hair?
Now, I've been getting that a lot.
Yo, can we get back to business?
What's the rush?
I've been cooped up on death row and that bitch has been laid out in a coma.
We definitely need to remind motherfuckers who we are.
And that can't wait until after dinner?
No.
You two haven't changed at all.
Well, there's a saying about dogs and blowing shit up. So what's the plan?
We get our crew together. Once we got that, we can work on how we taking back our city.
Sounds good.
And where were you planning on having this little meeting? No.
Well, this place is pretty spacious.
No.
The color's very soothing.
No.
Come on, Ish.
This ain't no fucking gang clubhouse.
Change of plans.
We gotta find a new place.
Yeah, you got it.
I actually really do like Gats and Aisha's relationship. I can't wait to see where it goes. We're gonna drive over to the mission house because when the old city crumbled or there was a flood or whatever event happened, they just decided to build over the ruins of the old city. So underneath the mission is a series of catacombs and different buildings that the Saints can use as their future HQ. Only problem is that there is an enemy there already, the Samity. So in order to be able to take this over, we first have to kill the Samity, and then we're gonna have to evict the previous tenants, which is a group of homeless people. Now, I gotta be honest with you guys here. I find the area outside of the main Saints Future HQ here extremely frustrating to navigate, and I can never decide if it's because it's deliberately and intentionally designed to be frustrating just so you know that it's the ruins of an ancient city, which isn't even ancient, or if it's just because the design is poor. I get lost in here all the time, and it's super frustrating. I shouldn't get lost, but I do. Anyway, that's probably a personal problem, and I'm rambling at this point, so we're just gonna run around, we're gonna kill the homeless people, and then we're gonna destroy the homeless people's homes, so they weren't really homeless after all. In fact, it's just the homeless Saints fighting the homeless people to see who gets to have a home here. When you look at it that way, we should have just recruited the homeless people to, you know, I don't know, clean up the place. We're gonna sell drugs to them anyway. Like, we literally would have had our clientele right outside of our doors. That would have made moving product extremely easy. Best part about it is even though we kill them and then we build our Saints HQ here, the homeless people continue to live in the area in which we're fighting them right now. Meaning that we're killing these homeless people for absolutely zero reason. But we can just pretend like we did it for a reason and move on.
So, what you think?
It's kind of a shithole.
True that. But it's a shithole with potential.
I don't know, man.
Oh, come on. A stripper pole, some flat screens, maybe some nicer furniture.
You had me a stripper pole.
Fucking A. You know, this ain't exactly what I had in mind for my day.
Yo, we gotta clean this place out.
Yo, I'm not a fucking janitor.
No shit, you're a goddamn diva.
Come on, this is the kind of shit people who just got canonized should have to do.
Good idea. We'll just ask some of the crew for help. Hey, buddy, you wanna help? No? Looks like we doing this ourselves.
That's my point. We can't really run a gang if we don't have, you know, a fucking gang.
You said it yourself. Most of the old crew are either dead or busted by Troy. We're gonna have to start fresh.
Yeah, well, let's get on that, because I'm done mopping up blood.
This kid Carlos helped me bust out. He seems alright, but we're gonna need more. What you thinking?
Yo, I met some people in jail who might work. Let me make some calls. Once I find out where these bitches are, you're gonna have to show them that you're the real deal, though. They won't just follow anybody.
It won't be a problem.
Hey, before you go, what sort of crew you looking for?
Okay, so we gotta get 3 other lieutenants other than Gat to help us take over the city. The first one we're gonna go after is a lady named Shandi. Shandi's gonna have the biggest character arc over the rest of the franchise that you'll ever see, but in this game particularly, she's an over-the-top pothead with a very high sex drive who has about 770,000 exes within the city. Anytime that there's a problem, you can guarantee that Shandi has opened up her legs to the solution. Driving over and arriving with Shandi, she's going to ask us to perform 3 stunt jumps in order to convince her that we are trustworthy. So we're going to go do 3 stunt jumps, and then she'll just agree to murder and take over the city with us. I'm not even joking with you. That is how easy it was to convince Shandi to join the Saints and start taking over the city. In fact, every single one of our lieutenants will be this easy to convince to do literal crimes. But who am I to argue? She's part of the Saints now and we can move on. The next lieutenant that we're going to go after is actually Carlos. He's the one that helped us escape from prison. In order to convince Carlos, who asked us to join the Saints, we have to go repossess a car at the cemetery. Now, I gotta be honest with you, I have no issues with the premise of going to repossess a car. I have an issue with how the gameplay mechanics work when you have a car on the tow truck. It is literally the worst thing ever. I don't know how to explain it to you. It's like driving on ice and molasses at the exact same time while simultaneously not being able to turn. I am so happy that in the entire game, this is the only instance in which we have to drive with a car on the back of a tow truck. I don't know if I'd be able to get through it. I really don't know. It was so frustrating. I know we just breezed past Carlos, but literally he asked us to pick up a car and then agreed to join the Saints. After asking to join the Saints, there's nothing else to say. It was that easy, so we're just gonna move on to the next lieutenant that we have to go find, and probably the punching bag of the entire franchise. The next lieutenant we're picking up is Pierce. Pierce is going to be a staple for the rest of the franchise. He's the comedy relief, he's the humor, he's literally just to offset the constant craziness that is our character and our character arc. I really like Pierce, and I'm happy that he's part of the franchise. He's also the first one that gave us a real task that felt like somebody from a gang would say, and we have to go kill a bunch of Ronin, which are members of one of the 3 gangs that currently own Steelport. I will say though, this is the first time that we're going to experience bugs. You know what's funny though, is every game moving forward that I've played, Pierce's AI is extremely broken, whether it's his gun just never stopping shooting, or him just getting bugged out in random locations. No matter what, it's always Pierce. It's almost like his AI was deliberately designed to be as frustrating as his character is to everybody else in the game. I'm not even joking you. Every issue we have in Saints Row 2 will involve Pierce. Every single bug will involve Pierce, and Saints Row 3, the exact same thing. Saints Row 4, the exact same thing. Pierce is the problem no matter what. I both love and hate it. I'm not a person who hates bugs in video games. I'm a person that thinks as long as they're not game breaking, I'm completely fine with them. But when it comes to Pierce, it's not game breaking, nor is it fun. It's more like you have to learn how to work with Pierce, which is almost better in a way. Because when you do a mission with Pierce, you know you're about to have a whole bunch of issues. With our 3 new lieutenants, we're ready to start taking over the city.
What the hell is going on?
I had to do some canonizing. Hold up. You're next.
Wait, what?
Sorry about that.
Where'd you find these guys?
Like I said, I made some calls.
You guys actually hang out down here?
I don't know. Add a flat screen, some throw pillows, and a hookah, and this place would be all right.
You definitely need a stripper pole in this bitch.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So what do we do now?
We listen.
All right, everybody listen up. We got some serious shit to discuss. The Saints used to own Stillwater, and it seems like the only motherfuckers that remember that is me and Gat. I think it's time we give those other crews a wake-up call. Now, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of shit's changed since I've been out of the game, so I'm gonna need some help. Pierce, you on the Ronin. I wanna know who's calling the shots and what businesses they running.
Done.
Shorty, you got the Sons of Samdi.
It's gotta be them.
Fuck you say?
It's cool. I got this.
Carlos.
The Brotherhood. I'm on it.
All right. Once we're done here, talk to one of these guys. I have something for you to do. It's our time now. Let's get this shit started. You Marrow?
That's right.
Where's your crew then?
I don't need one.
You sure about that? I could kill you right now.
No, you couldn't.
What do you want?
Listen, I'm not stupid. I know who you are. There's no reason for us to tear each other apart.
I'm listening.
Here's what I'm thinking. We divide Stillwater.
I hear voices this way.
Shit!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official start of our main story playthrough. Everything up to this point has been side activities of the prologue. We have now officially started the game. The first gang I decided to go after is the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood is ran by Marrow. I actually really liked Marrow, and when I saw us meet with him and he said he wanted to work with us, I thought we were going to get a totally unique experience when it came to working with gangs. I understood that there might be the possibility that we'd have to betray him in the future, but I was excited by the prospects of being able to work with a gang to slowly take over the city. Sadly, it immediately devolved into what it always does, which is shooting a bunch of things. For the sake of just having a little bit of fun, let's poke fun at the fact that the police are literally walking in a well-lit cavern and were unable to find us. Simultaneously, I want to point out that this is a tourist attraction and there is hundreds, if not thousands of other people in here, and the cops decided to just start shooting because they could. Just one of those things that you just have to point out the absurdity of it all, but it's going to get so much more absurd as we play through this game. Now, I do have to cover something quickly for side activities. You're going to notice that in the mini-map down in the bottom left that there is a bullseye on there. That is your hitman targets, and there happens to be one that spawns inside of this cavern. And we are, in fact, able to take them out while in the mission. I like this because it allows you to make it feel like the world's actually alive. With the hitman targets in the first game, you had to work to find them. In this game, they feel like they genuinely do exist, and I appreciate that about them. Now, I'm not going to waste your time anymore on that. Just keep in mind, maybe it'll be a fun Easter egg. See how many hitman targets we find while actually just doing missions. That being said, fighting our way out of this cavern takes quite a long time. I don't know why they decided to have you meet at the very bottom of the cave when it's a tourist attraction and it's supposed to be out in public. We could have met at the front lobby, the front door, or like 10 feet inside the cave, but instead we decided to do our evil criminal business at the very bottom of the cave. That only has one exit apparently, so we were literally setting ourselves up to be trapped. Though we will work our way out and we're going to steal a car and we're going to drive Marrow back to his own headquarters. We are the nicest gang that has ever existed ever. Not only do we defend our immediate rival from the police, we escort him through the caverns, keeping him safe, and if we don't, for some reason our mission fails, even though his death would mean we get to take over everything right now. We also drive him all the way home to make sure he gets there safely. We're such kind, gentle 3rd Street Saints, and we're called the Saints for a reason, and it's because of that.
So here we are.
Jesus, it's like a coked up sideshow.
Pretty impressive, huh?
Aren't you worried about being in the open?
People know to stay away. How's my truck coming?
It'll be ready for the competition.
Thanks, Donnie.
You know that guy?
Later.
You're back!
Come on. You expected anything less?
Hi, I'm Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, I'm Carlos.
I'm still Jessica. You know, you remind me of my old house cleaner. I'm kidding. I was kidding.
Babe, you want to count the cash?
Sure.
Yo, Matt, you ready to work?
Hey, aren't you the guitarist for the Feed Dogs?
Don't encourage him.
Listen, lady, you guys met at one of my concerts, so I don't want to hear it.
Don't you think you have enough tattoos?
Brother, I got a lot of canvas left. So let's get back to business. The Brotherhood is about to come into something big, and I think the Saints are going to want to get in on the ground floor.
So what's the offer?
2080.
I'm assuming I get the 80?
Yeah, sure you do.
You really expect me to take 20 and say thanks?
On your hands and fucking knees.
Is this a joke? I used to own...
Used to is right. Time's passed you by. Now you're a has-been with some burn scars.
I suggest you shut the fuck up before...
You're kidding me, right?
Hey man, be cool.
You really think that a couple of washed-up bangers like you and Gat have a chance against the Brotherhood?
We'll see. Let's go, Carlos.
Honey, you want me to have someone take care of them?
Nah. They'll be dead soon enough.
Few things to note right off the bat. One, Donnie is one of the gang members from the Rollers that we let live in the first game. Donnie was the girlfriend of Lynn, which we covered earlier. He now works for the Brotherhood, and he's going to be the weak spot that we push on as the 3rd Street Saints in order to be able to take down the Brotherhood. Though, sadly, Donnie is no more of a character than really what you just saw. We do a couple missions with him, but for the most part, we use him and then we forget about him, and he doesn't really appear much at all. Second, the tattooing is going to be absolutely crucial to the story because we're going to be doing things later that involve tattooing. And finally, every single character you just saw there are the key components to how we're going to take down the Brotherhood, from Marrow to the guitarist to Jessica to Donnie, and you basically just saw the 4 lieutenants that are going to be in charge of the Brotherhood. There's also a couple things I want to talk about that are outside of the mission. One, what did we think as the 3rd Street Saints? That we just walk back in and be able to run the city again years later after being in jail? I've always had a problem with that because our character pretends like he doesn't realize that this was possibly an outcome, even though it most definitely was. And second, I just also want to point out one more time how much of a missed opportunity it was for having us work with a gang to be able to push forward the narrative that we're taking over the city. They could have done something cool like have the 3rd Street Saints work with the Brotherhood, and then we betray the Brotherhood, but we use their assets in order to be able to take over the rest of the city. We all know where this eventually leads. We're going to have to take down Ultor. How we get there shouldn't have mattered, but no, sadly, we just do what we did in the first game and we take out each gang individually, which is fine when you look at it as individual games, but I'm just looking at it as somebody who's playing the game again for the first time in 20 years. Well, I guess almost 20 years. But enough rambling, let's continue with the game. We're going to be doing the reunion tour. We're going to start pushing on that weak spot now, and it involves us meeting up with Donnie.
Lynn, I miss you.
That's sweet, Donnie. I missed you too.
Oh, shit.
You haven't seen me since your boss shot and stuffed me in the trunk of a car, and the best you can give me is oh shit?
You're supposed to be dead.
That'll work. Now walk to the car.
How'd you know I'd be here?
You're predictable.
What do you want with me?
You're gonna do some pro bono mechanic work.
What do you mean, pro bono work?
I'm through answering questions. Now get in the car.
You know where some of your new friends are hanging out?
Yeah?
Here's the deal. You rig your buddy's trucks to blow, and I won't put a bullet in your head.
I have always been under the belief that I do believe that if our character Playa had just asked him to work with us, I think he would have. Donnie isn't a strong-minded individual. That's why Lynn chose to push on him when we were taking over the Rollers territory. And he clearly loved Lynn no matter what gang she was affiliated with, even after she was exposed for being a member of the Saints, and had been using Donnie in order to gain access to the Rollers. So I've always had this thought that Donnie may have actually just helped us if we just asked, and maybe even could have taken the place of a lieutenant that we would later have die. And we maybe could have had an opportunity to see a character that was weak become strong-willed in a game that's filled with strong-minded and a little bit over the top in confidence. We would have had something to grasp onto. But sadly, I'm thinking I'm asking too much from the Saints Row franchise, considering where this franchise would go with Saints Row 3 and 4 and Gat Out of Hell. But it's nice to think that maybe we could have had a different outcome, and that's what the whole point in this video is. Our task here, though, is extremely simple, so let's just fast forward through the power of editing. We're going to drive around and we're going to defend Donnie while he plants bombs on 4 different locations of trucks that the Brotherhood use. While he plants the bombs, we're gonna get attacked. This doesn't change until the very last bomb. And this is the perfect opportunity to talk about one of the most frustrating components of Saints Row 2. It was the same thing that was frustrating about Saints Row 1. Vehicles are weirdly governed for you, the player, but you are governed by what the game mechanics are, but the game's mechanics do not govern what the NPCs can do. So on the 4th bomb, we're tasked with getting away from the enemy truck because the bomb doesn't go off, because of course that's the outcome. But what ends up happening is the enemy truck that has the bomb on it is for some reason as fast as a Lamborghini with $100 million put under the hood. And our car for some reason tops out at the speed of a bicycle, causing us to fail the mission. Which brings us to the second most frustrating part about Saints Row 2. The checkpoints are extremely unforgiving. Now, I'm not even going to harp on Volition for this. I'm not. Sure, we have to restart the entire process again from the beginning. but this was common for the time. Now, you may have noticed that when we were running away, the car kept stopping. That's not in my control. That just happened. You're gonna notice actually throughout this game a lot that there's a lot of bugs that are just kind of more annoying than anything. Like, I wasn't even mad that my car kept just randomly stopping. I was more just annoyed that when I accelerated, the truck was going a million miles an hour. There'll be better examples of this later on in the video when we verse another gang. If I remember, I'll point out times where cars are just unrealistically fast for the enemies and we're slow. That wasn't the best example, and I'm willing to acknowledge it, but it is a great example of checkpoints. So even though we took out 3 different locations before getting to that final truck, there wasn't a single checkpoint except for at the very beginning of the mission. Now, I'm gonna be 1000% honest with you guys. In 2008, like pretty much for like 10 years, video games did this to pad out video game time. I have a great example of this in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, where some missions are 25 minutes long and there's not a single checkpoint. Meaning if you fail it, you have to repeat a 25-minute long mission in order to be able to get back to where you were. So by modern day standards, this was extremely annoying. By video game standards of the time, this was completely and utterly acceptable. Video games are made to be like going to an arcade, and arcades are meant to suck out your coins, your money, where video games made for your house are meant to suck out your time. So having checkpoints like this is extremely brutal now, but at the time was completely acceptable. But it is worth noting, in bigger missions, this is only mission number 2 of the Brotherhood, but in bigger missions, sometimes the reset is so far back, you just say, you know what, I'll play another day. I'm not willing to redo all of the work we just did. You pair that with the unfair gameplay mechanics, and you pair that with the constant bugs and glitches, and Saints Row 2 can be one of the most frustrating games you ever touch. But we will eventually blow up that big old truck. You know what those trucks always remind me of? I don't know why. It has nothing to do with this game, but it reminds me of that Paul Walker movie, Joyride. Candy cane. Don't ask me why. It just does.
Babe, just let it go.
Who the fuck do the Saints think they are turning me down?
Sweetie, it's not a big deal. Just kill him. Hey, Donnie, where have you...
Meryl, I'm so sorry.
What did you do, Donnie?
It's the Saints.
What did you do, Donnie?
They made me rig up some of our boys' trucks and...
And you did it?
I didn't have a choice.
You had a choice, Donnie. You chose your life over the rest of us.
I had a gun to my head, man. What was I supposed to do?
Have a spine.
I didn't say anything about the shipment.
Well, that makes it all better.
Bro, you should be pissed at that asshole running the Saints, not Donnie.
I didn't ask your opinion, Matt.
Mero, who's gonna fix my car?
Gotta learn a place.
Why are we meeting on the L?
I wanted to get out of the goddamn sewer.
Why are you looking away?
In case you're, being followed.
This isn't a goddamn spy movie, Carlos. Can you turn around? What do you got for me?
Nothing.
Are you shitting me?
Listen, I tried everything I could. What was I supposed to do?
Try harder.
After that shit you pulled with Donnie, the Brotherhood are keeping a tight lid on what they got cooking. I've heard one guy mention a shipment, but beyond that, it looks like we're back to square one.
Which is?
We know they like trucks and tattoos.
You were on my short list, and you giving me tattoos and trucks?
And the shipment.
Which you know nothing about. Carlos, I like you, I do. But you got a lot to learn about being a lieutenant.
I wish I had more to give you.
Believe me, so do I. But fuck it, we'll figure out something.
What is it?
I think I got an idea. Meryl, so you got a lot of canvas left. I'm gonna splatter paint all over it. Carlos, don't worry. I'm gonna make a banger out of you if it kills me.
What a perfectly flawless and immersive cutscene. I didn't see a single solitary bug in that entire thing. If you didn't believe me about my car randomly stopping and starting in that mission, maybe you'll believe me now. Here's the thing, this mission is actually kind of special, and there's a reason why it's special. This mission actually sets up all of the rest of the franchise to be so outlandish. Here's the premise. We are literally gonna go to a nuclear power plant to find nuclear waste to then put inside of the tattoo gun of the tattoo artist, so then he'll tattoo Marrow's face with radioactive ink. It sounds pretty unrealistic, right? Sounds pretty over the top, right? Well, my god, if we had known what Saints Row 3 was gonna be, what Saints Row 4 was gonna be, and what Gather the Hell was gonna be, this seems tame in comparison. This mission's unique because it was so hyped up when I was a kid, back in 2008. By everybody. Everybody was talking about how they went to the nuclear power plant, stole the freaking nuclear waste, and then they put it in a dude's face. And everybody was just debating about this or that like kids do. And because of that hype, what that did was it allowed us to get the chaoticness that is Saints Row 3 and then just the almost too much of Saints Row 4. This mission is the foundation block of all of that. But let's talk about the actual mission. We drive to a dock and then we steal a boat. And then we take the boat across the ocean to the nuclear power plant that conveniently has boat access at sea level that is completely and utterly unguarded. I find this funny because of one simple reason. The second I hit surface level of the nuclear power plant island, I am in a restricted area that citizens are not allowed to be in, and if I am seen, I will immediately have a wanted level. But the access underneath by sea, which can be accessed by just anybody with a boat, is completely fine for you to hang out in. We're gonna have to go first, though, over to friendly fire, and you're going to get a Geiger counter. You can't buy it, you just go there, you get it. So that's why I didn't show you. You're going to use the Geiger counter to find the radioactive waste. I'm going to save you some time. The radioactive waste, for some reason, is inside the cooling tower, just on the floor. I also find it funny that the cooling tower just happens to have hallways in it because, you know, just every random person wants to walk around inside a nuclear facility's cooling tower that is just riddled with nuclear waste. Once we get the nuclear waste, we then have to escape the island by heading over to a helicopter pad. In order for Carlos to land his helicopter on the helicopter pad, we first have to clear the helicopter pad. Once that's done, we then have to wait for him to get there and we have to defend said helicopter pad. Here's me defending the helicopter pad.
It's still too hot down there.
I know that seemed like a waste of your time, but it was also a waste of my time to play that mission. What the hell, Volition? This isn't even uncommon. I already showed you that the cars didn't spawn when we were doing the insurance fraud game, and now I've shown you that my car randomly stops while driving, and now I've shown you another time where the enemy that's supposed to attack us doesn't attack us. What I'm trying to showcase is that Saints Row 2 is an extremely buggy and broken game, and no, it has nothing to do with the mod that I have installed. These outcomes are the exact same whether you play with modded or unmodded Saints Row 2 or console and or PC. It was just how fast that they were pushing out games at the time. It didn't allow for the quality testing to be, well, quality and tested. But it's also fun to poke fun of years later. The game's almost 2 decades old, guys. We don't need to make it that deep. It's not that serious. If you didn't have the problem, then don't talk about it. If you did, then share in my pain. We're now tasked with defending the chopper that Carlos is flying. I want to be 100% honest with you. There is 0 chance that you can actually land the helicopter safely. It is destined to crash no matter what, so do not stress out if you take some damage from the other helicopters, because it's just going to happen no matter what. One thing worth talking about, though, is the goddamn camera angle being inside of the helicopter is brutal. If the chopper's slightly too high, you can't shoot it. If it's slightly too far behind you, you can't shoot it. If it's slightly too low, you can't shoot it. You are locked into a finite box, and for some reason the developers said, make the helicopters that are the enemy do whatever the hell they want. So there will be times where you're going to fail missions simply based off of the fact that you physically cannot shoot them because they are outside of that little box. You were always meant to crash here, though, in this case. But due to the inconsistency between that box and the helicopters when you fight them in later missions, you will feel like you aren't supposed to take damage, and you will feel like you're doing something wrong. In this case, you didn't do anything wrong, little guy. You're perfectly fine. All that's left now is to drive the radioactive material to a warehouse where we don't know how it gets into the gun. It just does. We see everything through a cutscene.
Bro, you are gonna look like a bad motherfucker.
That's good, because I was beginning to think I looked like an investment banker.
I'm glad you two are having fun, because God forbid we do something about the Saints.
I'm gonna take care of them, babe.
Sure you are.
You think I'm afraid?
No, she doesn't, Marrow. Now can you stay cool? I'm almost done.
I think you should stick to tattooing and drop the guitar.
Whatever. The feed dogs fucking rock.
Baby?
I want to repeat, I always thought that Marrow would have worked with the Saints, but the Saints kept poking the bear, but then act offended when the bear attacks back. And that's exactly what's going to happen in this mission right now.
Carlos, where the fuck are you?
I think your people skills need some work, sweetie.
Jessica, how'd you like Marrow's new tattoo?
Actually, I think it's pretty sexy. Rugged, tough.
Radioactive?
That's cute.
I try. Now what the fuck do you want?
Well, I just wanted to let you know that since you were nice enough to give my man a makeover, I should return the favor. Don't worry, by the time we're through with him, Carlos will look just as handsome as Marrow.
Listen up, you fucking bitch!
Of course, I don't have access to the same materials you did, but you know, I figure we can make do.
When I find you...
I'm sure you'll do something scary. Do me a favor, when you're scraping up your buddy's face, just remember, Marrow gave you a chance to be his partner.
Like I said, we poked the bear, and now the bear's fighting back, and we're supposed to be shocked by this. We're a seasoned gangster. We already took over Stillwater once. We know the game and how it works, so I'm always surprised that our character, Playa, is surprised. I also want to say, I enjoyed Jessica. I enjoyed Jessica more than I enjoyed Tanya, and Jessica and Tanya basically play the same role. I actually would have liked to have seen Jessica more in future installments of Saints Row. That being said, you'll understand why we don't very soon. So we got one option. We have to figure out where they have taken Carlos. So the option that we have is to push on the weak spot. The weak spot, of course, meaning that we have to push on Donnie. So we're going to rip over to the garage, and we're going to make sure Donnie knows just how shocked we are that we pushed the bear and the bear pushed back.
Oh, God, you again?
This is your last chance.
I heard him say they were gonna take him on a ride around the docks.
You can't help but laugh at how corny it is. We don't beat him up. There's no glorified cutscene. There's no torture. We just shoot him and he holds something and then he just tells us. So we got to head over to the docks where we're going to really realize what they're doing to Carlos. And what they're doing to Carlos is actually insane. In a non-cringy YouTuber with broccoli hair kind of way. Like, it's actually insane. Arriving at the docks, we're going to see one of the Brotherhood trucks driving with Carlos chained to the back bumper, dragging him across the dirt. This is one of those moments where you realize that Saints Row is quirky and over the top, but also can do things that are just like, whoa, didn't see that coming. This is brutal, and this very, very much is the very definition of a phrase that my grandmother used to say. Heaven has no rage like a love to hatred turned, nor hell a fury like a woman scorned. We pissed off Jessica, we messed with her man, and she decided to do absolutely everything to make sure we knew that she had messed with the wrong woman. And that's why I like her. She could have been an amazing villain. Like, truthfully, this was a very big missed opportunity by Volition with the direction that they were heading with Jessica, and you'll understand why. But first, we have to say goodbye to our boy Carlos, who we've done 4 missions with. May he be remembered, our little homie. You have to give it to Volition. That was insanely impactful. Not a single word was said, but so much was also said at the exact same time. And you cannot go playing Saints Row 2 and not commend Volition for allowing us to have that sort of impact with one of the characters. In all honesty, it showed the range that they were willing to go with Saints Row 1 and 2 to make this different than Grand Theft Auto. It could be over the top and quirky and fun, but it also could have these serious moments that kept it grounded. And it's an absolute shame that they decided to go the direction they did with Saints Row 3, 4, and Gat Out of Hell, as well as with the reboot. There isn't a mission more that sums up the chaoticness of Saints Row 2 more than Red Asphalt. The mission before this, we went and got nuclear waste, and now we're literally watching our homie be dragged behind a truck until he is so beyond dead that we have to shoot him ourselves. This mission is why Saints Row is special to a lot of people, because of the range in the gameplay and the range in the characters. Saints Row 2 is fine with being vulnerable just as much as it's fine with being funny and edgy and quirky, and I appreciate that about Saints Row 2. But let's get this straight. They fucked with us, and now we're gonna go fuck with them. It's time to go after Jessica.
Sorry.
No problem, I got it.
Watch out!
Jesus Christ, are you trying to get killed?
Look, I'm sorry.
I don't have time for this. Sorry about that, baby. I almost ended my car on a hippie chick.
Hey, I'm not a hippie.
Marrow, I'm fine. Look, I gotta go. I'm about to make the deposit. Sweetie, let me worry about the money. We'll have enough to cover the shipment, and once that comes in, the Saints won't have a chance in hell.
Yo, Shandi, we're gonna hack or what?
Hey, boss.
Shandi, I'm watching Bobby and Amber. Can I wait?
Not really.
What's up?
Marrow's girlfriend just walked into the bank with a suitcase full of money.
I'll be right over.
I skipped us ahead in time until we got to the bank. I didn't feel the need to waste your time driving here. A few things to note. Of course, Shandi would be the kind of girl that's playing hacky sack in a bank parking lot. It doesn't even feel out of character for her. But getting into the nitty-gritty of it, we now know that the Brotherhood are waiting on a shipment, which is going to lead to one of my least favorite missions in the entire game, but that's besides the point. We'll get there when we get there. We know that a shipment is coming, and we now know where their bank is, and we know where Jessica is. So of course we're going to go in there and we're going to take Jessica. There's a few things that we have to point out when it comes to plot hole design in Saints Row. Our first task is to grab Jessica and have her turn off the alarm, but at no point do we ask anybody in the bank what the code is for the alarm. Why on God's green flat fermented earth disk spinning inside of the ever void of space would a random customer, no matter how wealthy they are, no matter how connected they are, know the code to the bank? Especially the girlfriend/wife of a known gang leader. Needless to say, we grab Jessica, she turns off the alarm, and then we have to kill waves after waves after waves of police. This is a great opportunity for us to kind of make fun of the AI inside of Saints Row 2. The SWAT team will arrive, and rather than actually do anything, they all just kind of funnel into a room and stand there so we can easily shoot them. We have to do this while using the cover system that has been implemented into Saints Row 2. A few things to note about this cover system. One, my God, do you move so freaking slow? I understand from a realism depiction, this is how it would be with a hostage in front of you who doesn't want to be there. But come on, it's Saints Row. We literally just dragged a dude behind a car, and before that we put radioactive waste into a dude's face. Make it so the player doesn't feel so bottlenecked by what you're making them do. Second, why when I'm in this hostage mode does my camera feel so strict? It's like they attached a GoPro to one of those GoPro rods and then shoved it straight up my booty. I have very little camera control for some reason, and it's extremely frustrating, but I have a way better example of this later on. But we'll get there when we get there. I have to also talk about the gunplay, as if you're using the pistol or the SMG, the firefights are fine. You use any of the other guns, it feels so bad. Yet the NPCs and the AI and the police use those other guns, and it's the most overpowered thing you've ever experienced in your entire life. Now, that being said, Saints Row is not a hard game by any means, but when you're constantly being shot and you hear that doot-doot, doot-doot, doot-doot sound, and you're just like, what is happening? It gets quite frustrating. There's a great example of this when we do a mission against the Ronin later with Johnny. Eventually, we're going to get Jessica outside and we're going to put her in the trunk of her own car, and this is where this mission that's already been kind of unrealistic takes a weirdly dark turn, which once again shows that range of being over the top and quirky and then all of a sudden hitting you within the stomach with one of those like, what the hell is going on moments. With Jessica in the back of her own car, we're going to drive said car to the arena. And this is where things are going to take a wildly drastic turn towards the weirdly dark and over-the-top villain arc style, if you will. I have no idea how to explain what's about to happen without spoiling what's about to happen.
Please let me out of here!
Right here, right now.
No, you're not.
What's this?
Do me a favor. When you check the trunk, just remember you should have offered me something better than 20%.
I told you, it's one of those like, what the hell's going on? Like, where did that come from moments? We are like peak levels of villainous right now, like Joker levels of villainous. We're already at mission start, so we're just gonna start the next mission.
I think you're being too hard on yourself.
Yeah, that car crushing thing was pretty tight.
Don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of my work. It's just, I got so wrapped up in sending Mero a message, I never asked Jessica about the shipment.
Bitch is dead. Who cares about the shipment?
I do. It's something that Mero wants, and that means I'm gonna take it.
All right, there's got to be someone you can pump for information. What about Donnie?
He got manhandled twice. I'm pretty sure he's out of the loop, if not dead.
Hey, what about that
What about their tattoo artist?
Good idea.
What just happened?
Shaundi had a good idea.
And what the fuck ever? She stole my...
Don't be jealous, Pierce. We're all on the same team. You said before that this guy's in a band called the Feed Dogs, right?
Yeah.
They're playing tonight. Shouldn't be too hard to crash the show.
Nice call, Shaundi.
After everything that's gone on over the last few missions and how weirdly dark and gritty they've been, Pierce is always the comedic relief. I know, sometimes I say words stupid, that's fine. Throughout the entire franchise, now that Pierce and Shaundi are a part of it, Shaundi and Pierce are going to have this like brother-sister relationship where they constantly take credit for each other's work and they're constantly pushing back on each other in this like brotherly, sisterly way. And it very much offsets the wackiness as well as the grittiness when those times come, leading to them being my favorite duo in the entire franchise. But enough about that, we're going to head over to the storage lockers and we're going to have to kill a bunch of the Brotherhood. I know, shocking, Saints Row killing a bunch of gang members, that's super weird and odd. And then we're going to steal their pyro truck. Upon stealing the pyro truck, we're going to be put into the back of the truck and we're going to throw fireworks at the gang members that are coming after us. Personally, I don't have any issues with this mission. We've all played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which has this exact same mission in it. It's just done just as poorly. And if I had an issue, that would be where it is. This game came out years after Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, yet it suffered from the exact same issues that it did with Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And that's that throwing stuff out of the back of a vehicle that you don't control is incredibly frustrating because of the fact that the vehicle will turn randomly and go wherever it wants, meaning that you never know where to aim. It's just frustrating. Not hard, not over the top, not a difficulty thing. It's just frustrating because you look at something and you go to throw it and all of a sudden the car turns left or right and you're like, God damn it, and you have to figure yourself out. What also sucks is the camera is hard locked in the back of this truck. There is no moving it, so you are literally at the whimsy of the AI driving the vehicle. Then, once we get to the concert, we're going to have to protect the truck again. Not the hardest thing in the world, so let's just skip to the cutscene.
Shipment.
The fuck are you talking about?
Don't fuck with me, Matt. You got a lot of gear on this stage I haven't played with yet.
You gotta believe me. I just tattooed the gang. They don't fill me in on what they're doing.
That time you inked up Marrow and you never heard him talk about a shipment with Jessica?
All I heard is that it's coming in by boat. They leave me out of the loop on purpose. They were trying to keep me from getting mixed up in their shit.
Your friend should have tried harder.
Come on, I told you everything I know.
Enjoy your retirement, man. Hey, Shaundi. You know anyone that works at the dock?
Not really.
Looks like you get to make some new friends. Darren's got a shipment coming in by boat, and I want to get it before he does.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
I've been looking all over for you. We got a serious... Damn, those some nice shoes.
You want to sit down?
Yeah. No, we got a problem.
What's up?
The Brotherhood are all over our turf.
What do you mean all over?
I mean, those assholes are driving around in some big-ass trucks blowing shit up.
Great. You got the boys out there taking care of this?
Yeah, about that.
You're not filling me with confidence, Pierce. What happened?
Well, they kind of got arrested by the cops.
Fuck you say?
You got a bunch of big tattooed motherfuckers running around burning shit, and you're surprised the cops show up?
This just keeps getting better.
It's a mission with Pierce, so that means there's going to be a lot of bugs and glitches. We're not really going to talk about it. I choose to just pretend this is just part of Pierce's character, okay? So Altor is now arresting the Saints, and they're running around doing whatever the hell they want. As with the first game, every gang within Saints Row 2 has the police in their pocket, and the police chief happens to be Troy Bradshaw. Troy was the undercover cop that we talked about at the beginning of the video that worked with Julius and Dex in the first game. At the end of the game, it was revealed that Troy was an undercover police officer, and now he has become the police chief. And he knows that the Saints are here, so he's putting pressure on the Saints by arresting their gang members. For some reason, rather than going and dealing with the police and Troy, we instead have to go kill 4 lieutenants that work for the Brotherhood. I'm not going to waste your time a lot with this mission. One of them is holding up a store that the Saints own, so we rush in there, we take him out, and then we can move on to the next. The next one, he himself is being arrested because, like Pierce said, the only character in this entire game that seems to have a functioning frontal lobe, you can't just run around doing whatever you want. So eventually the police, even though the Brotherhood have them in their pocket, they have to step in, or else the general public would be like, hey, what's going on with that gang? Why aren't they getting in trouble for all of this? Needless to say, we rush into their arrest and we kill him as well. Sorry, this is YouTube. Should I say unalived? Oh wait, no, I'm not a pussy. The next one, in my opinion, is one of the hardest ones to take care of. We have to blow them up on the docks. That's the thing with Saints Row. It'll start off with like, here's an easy like little thing to do, and then all of a sudden it's like, here's this other thing that you gotta do. Enjoy that one. I hope that was good. But we get it done, and then we go and we take out the final one on the rooftop of the parking garage, which is very reminiscent of a mission that we did in Saints Row 1. If you know, you know. If not, go watch the video. With all of that done, for some reason we kill the 4 lieutenants. We then get a cutscene. I don't know why, if our gang's being arrested, we went and killed the Brotherhood, but hey, I'm just the guy that's playing the game and telling you about my experience. I didn't make the game, okay? Okay.
Mr. Vogel, there's a Mr. Marrow here to see you.
Jamie, I'm trying to downsize here.
Mr. Vogel, I'm not sure I'm adequately conveying Mr. Marrow's size.
Get him out of here! Or send him in. Wow. Thanks, Jamie. You must be Mr. Marrow.
I've heard about the connections Altor has. You're gonna get my boys out of jail and help me destroy the Saints.
Your bargaining posture needs some work.
The Saints killed my girlfriend and crippled my best friend.
And that's unfortunate, but Altor is a business and there's no profit in revenge. Don't worry about the door, though. That one's on me.
Fine. You want money? In a few days, a shipment's coming in.
Mr. Marrow, nebulous shipment or not, I think I made myself quite...
Let's try this again. You're gonna help me destroy the Saints.
And Altor would love to be of service.
Good.
Stilwater Police Department.
I need to talk to Troy Bradshaw.
Who should I say?
Do it!
Chief, there's a Mr. Vogel on the line.
Put him through.
Hello, Troy.
Yeah, what do you want, Vogel?
It's not what I want, it's what I need.
Which is?
You are going to release all the Brotherhood you have locked up.
And why the fuck would I do that?
I'm looking after my clients.
Your, clients are a bunch of criminals.
Guilty before a trial. Nice. Is that the kind of mentality you like to instill in your subordinates?
Huh. Spare me. All right, they're not getting released, and that's that.
This is where we're going to have to agree to disagree. These men are going free. The only question is if you let this be settled quietly, or if you want a media circus that will make you look like a joke.
I thought Altor wanted order. Okay, letting these assholes out's gonna only make things worse.
Troy, in order to maintain the ecosystem, sometimes the rangers need to start forest fires. You should know that better than anybody. I suspect I'll hear from you soon.
In a surprising turn of events, several members of the Brotherhood are being released today. A previously thought open-shut case turned into a fierce legal battle as several high-power attorneys fought tooth and nail for their clients' freedom. Curious about the court proceedings, I spoke to Chief of Police, Troy Bradshaw.
My personal opinion on the trial doesn't really matter. They were found innocent by a jury of their peers.
So you think they were guilty?
I'm sorry, Jane. Listen, I have to get back to work. Hey, why don't you try talking to Dane Vogel?
Mr. Vogel, what's Altor's interest in the trial?
Altor has no interest in the trial other than to see criminals get put behind bars.
So there is no truth to the speculation that the Brotherhood's lawyers are in Altor's pocket?
Jane, we've donated millions of dollars to the Stillwater PD, as well as rebuilt the shattered community of Saints Row. I understand that everyone likes to pick on the big corporations, but this latest groundless attack on Altor's integrity is just ridiculous.
Behind me, the men and women loading up onto these buses are being given another chance at freedom. But the question remains, are we also giving them another chance at a life of crime? I'm Jane Valderrama, Channel 6 News. Back to you, Jack.
I'm not going to insult you by making you watch this entire mission in its entirety. Instead, I'm going to show you that this took me 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and we can laugh about that a little bit. Here's how this mission works. You're going to take out a bunch of buses, and then you're going to take out a bunch of boats, and you're going to take out a bunch of cops, and you're going to kill a bunch of Brotherhood. There's literally nothing happening here. It's meant to be like this big impactful moment, but it was handled horrendously. What should have happened is that all of these people should have been out and about in the city, and you had to hunt them down and did it with your gang. One thing that Saints Row 2 is lacking over Saints Row 1 is I don't feel like I'm part of a gang like I did in the first game. I feel like I'm a one-man wrecking crew who's constantly getting told to go do things. And while from a gameplay standpoint it's fun, from a universe and immersion standpoint, what are we doing? Now, let's be honest with each other. If we didn't do all of the side content first, you're supposed to supplement these missions with the side content in between as a palate cleanser. When you mash them all together, you start to notice how these missions are all very similar. They all play out the exact same way. They're all asking the exact same thing. If you were going to play the game, I would recommend for Saints Row 2 specifically, just do the mission, go get the rep. Do the mission, go get the rep. Don't do it like I did it, where I got all the rep and then I did the mission. Otherwise, you end up a little bit jaded, if you will, when it comes to doing the missions back to back. Essentially, we just killed a bunch of Brotherhood lieutenants, and that solved absolutely none of our issues. Because 5 seconds later, you know what we're doing? We're killing more of the lieutenants. And you know what the rest of the missions have? Us killing more of the lieutenants. I understand there's a hierarchy to this stuff, but could you imagine if Saints Row 2 had the Nemesis system from Shadow of Mordor? Now we're talking, boys. And girls, I know you guys are out there too. I see you. I see you. So rather than waste your time, let's just move on into the next mission. After a cutscene, of course.
Mr. Vogel, Mr. See you.
Thanks for the heads up, Jamie. Is there something I can help you with?
They hit my boys when they were on the prison bus.
Between your girlfriend and your gang, I'd say you're a magnet for tragedy, Marrow.
You think this is fucking funny?
No, but I do think it's your problem.
My problems are your problems. Or do you need some fresh air to remind you?
No. See, my problem is that a sideshow freak is messing up my paperwork. Your problem is that there's a group of security guards with assault rifles pointed at your back.
Your security guards look more like a private army.
Call them whatever you want. The point is, they have big guns. I'm sorry you couldn't protect your friends. I really am, but Old Tor's done doing you favors. Come back here again, and I'll have you shot on sight.
Go fuck yourself, Vogel.
I've enjoyed our time together too, but I think it's time to move on. Gentlemen, could you please show our guest out? And Marrow, don't worry about your little shipment. Old Tor has already appropriated it.
What did you say?
Old Tor Security is taking control of the boat carrying your goods. It only seemed fair that we get compensated for letting your boys out of jail. You can go now.
That boat is never gonna make it to shore.
Goodbye, Marrow.
Tell me you didn't pick this place just so you could play that stupid game.
No, I picked this place so we could play this stupid game. This gang shit's got you a little stressed out. You need to relax.
By playing skee ball.
Oh, yeah.
You know, most people just smoke pot.
Right. And then they go play skee ball.
Fuck it. So did you hit the docks like I asked?
Wait, what?
After the Feed Dogs concert, I called you to look into the docks and you said that...
Look, I gotta be honest, I was really stoned.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, I totally am. One of the dock workers just called and said this big guy with tattoos and a scarred face was shaking people down trying to find out when some shipment was rescheduled to arrive.
Why would Marrow need to ask about the time of his own shipment?
I don't know, maybe it got delayed.
And you're sure this big guy with tattoos is Marrow and not just some biker guy?
I'd bet my life on it.
Deal.
Wait, hold up. What do you mean, deal?
Okay, we get to now once again skip really rapidly through the next mission. We're gonna steal a helicopter and then we're gonna fly out to the cargo ship with the shipment in which was rumored by Jessica before we shoved her in a trunk and then had her boyfriend kill her with a monster truck. The shipment, of course, is weapons. And then what ends up happening is probably the worst mission type in any game ever. I don't care what franchise, I don't care what genre. Standing in one position and defending something for an arbitrary amount of time is so boring. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. Here's the thing when it comes to Saints Row 2. While the story is innovative again, and it's changing the tides, the gameplay has been nullified and dumbed down. Think about what we've done throughout the Brotherhood missions. We have escorted Marrow out of the caves. Then we got some nuclear waste, and then we hunted down Carlos. Those two missions are fine. They're unique and special. We then basically essentially escorted Jessica in the bank. Then what did we do after that? Well, we drove around and we killed a bunch of lieutenants. And then we drove around and we killed a bunch of lieutenants. And now we're standing on a boat once again, shooting a bunch of lieutenants. I know it seems like we're complaining about Saints Row. We're not. We're replaying it and we're looking at it through a retrospective lens. We can both appreciate what a Saints Row offered in 2008 while simultaneously critiquing how simplistic the gameplay was. And I want to be extremely clear, this wasn't the abnormal consensus back in 2008. Believe it or not, there was a time on this planet where people were able to both enjoy something as well as critique something. People could eat something and say it's good, but also be like it could be better. People could watch a movie and say that was good, but it could have done something different. People were able to play a video game and say, hey, I had a ton of fun, but I would have liked to see X, Y, or Z. The world didn't always have to be the way that it is currently, where everybody has to pick a side and that's the only side you're allowed to be on. There was a time where it was okay to have said, I like it, but it could have been different. I love Saints Row 2. I love every single part of it. I love every single piece of the aesthetic, the art design, the mission structures. But I also grew up with Saints Row 2. I played this game on when it released. Well, not really. I was poor and I had to wait for my friend Michael to give it to me, but I played it slightly after release. And I remember playing this game and thinking the same things I'm sharing with you now. The only difference is back then I didn't have the opportunity to share my opinions with anybody else other than my friends. And that's why I don't heavily script my videos. I don't want it to feel like I'm telling you how it is. I want it to feel like I'm sharing my opinions and leaving room for you to share yours. And my opinion of Saints Row 2 is that while it's an amazing game, it's incredibly fun and it has amazing parts to it, it also is incredibly repetitive and incredibly boring at points in times. This is the mission that I literally dread every single time I play this game. I know this mission is coming, and every single time I dread the fact that this mission is coming. It's always why I start with the Brotherhood, because I don't want to do this mission later on in the game when I'm starting to get video game fatigue. You know what I mean? When you play a game a lot and you're just like, I could go do something else. So as much as I truly, genuinely love Saints Row 2, I'm completely fine and comfortable with saying it had flaws. And to be honest with you, if we, the gamers, had been more vocal in 2008, we may have never have had to have had the Saints Row franchise be rebooted with the absolutely terrible release of Saints Row Reboot in 2022. We may be able to save the game back in Saints Row 2 if we'd just been honest about what we wanted here and now in 2008. We never would have gotten the craziness of Saints Row 3, and we definitely never would have gotten the over-the-top craziness of Saints Row 4, where it really felt like the franchise had lost its identity. If I'd been more vocal back then, and other gamers had been as well, we may still be playing multiple Saints Row games since then. There might have been a Saints Row release coming out around Grand Theft Auto's release that we were just as hyped for as we are for Grand Theft Auto 6. So I'm telling you, if you have a problem with a game, don't feel bad about airing your opinion. Just leave room for a conversation as well. Now let's get off this stupid boat because my god, I hate this mission.
I'm glad y'all seem to like the new hardware the Brotherhood decided to hook us up with. You know, up until this point, we've been toying with Marrow. Kill his bitch here, steal his money there, but I'm through playing. We know where he lives, we have his guns, and I say it's time we take that motherfucker out. What you think?
Okay, we're nearing the end of the Brotherhood missions. This mission's called The Siege, and all we have to do is, I don't even want to say it, we have to go kill lieutenants! Okay, but at least this time it makes sense. We're gonna kill his lieutenants, but at this point, after the thousands of gang members of the Brotherhood that we have killed, you would think there would be nobody left that would want to be a lieutenant. Seems how for the last 4 missions, we've been hyperly focused on killing only the lieutenants. At this point, being a street dealer kind of seems like the better option. So how does it work? I've already cut out the part where we drove to the docks. The docks is kind of like Marrow's headquarters. Here we're going to drive around and there's a bunch of lieutenants that we need to kill. They're not in special locations. They're not uniquely hidden or they need to have certain things met in order to draw them out. They're just standing out in the open. But for the first time in the entire goddamn game, you get to feel like you are leading an assault with your gang. Your gang is on your left, your gang is on your right, and your gang is behind you. This is something that Saints Row 1 did immensely better than Saints Row 2, and I have to draw attention to this. What is the point in being the leader of a gang if you never do any missions with said gang? When you attack strongholds, you're not doing anything with the gangs. When you're doing your activities, there's no activity that involves you using your gang. When you're attacking buildings, there's nobody there that's your gang. In fact, when you drive around the city of Saints Row 2, you hardly see your gang. Even when you take over the districts, your gang rarely helps you out. They're there, and once in a while, you will notice them shooting a cop or an enemy gang member, but for the most part, this entire time, you've been by yourself. So I want to say this again. If there is ever a reboot of the reboot of the reboot of Saints Row, I want to see it be heavily focused on the gang side of it. I want to take my gang members out more than 2. I want to do more missions where it feels like I'm part of a squad. This is fun. Even though, yes, the AI is frustrating and yes, the AI is easily taken down, it feels fun just knowing that your entire squad is here. What have we been working towards over the past 6 hours in this game? It's building the gang, so yeah, it feels amazing having them here. That being said, with that comes Pierce, which means there's going to be a lot of bugs and issues when it comes to the actual gameplay. But once again, I choose to believe it's part of Pierce's character. When he's there, the game's just quirky, just like him. This all will wrap up with you killing all the lieutenants outside, and then you're going to have to fight your way through the warehouse. It's just multiple floors with tons and tons and tons and tons of Brotherhood in it. At this point, I'm pretty sure the entire populace of the city is split between these 4 gangs, and the NPCs we see walking around, they're really just undercover gang members that are there just trying to get dirt on the other undercover gang members. You cannot convince me otherwise at this point. Once we're at the top, we're going to see Marrow. Marrow has a problem, and it's not a Marrow problem. It's a gameplay problem. Often when developers don't know what to do when it comes to the difficulty of the enemy in which you're going to fight, they default to more health equals more problems. And it's simply just not fun. It's not. You'll understand what I mean here in a second. Let's go see Marrow. Yep, that's right. He's just got a minigun and about 5 million health. I'm going to go forward in the franchise a little bit. Saints Row 3 is over the top, but when it came to the boss fights, it found a unique way to make each one feel, well, unique. I understand that there's only so many mechanics that you can use to make a boss fight unique when it comes to a game like Saints Row. What I'm trying to say is having the boss stand in front of you and just rain unholy hell upon you with 1 million rounds and 50,000 health doesn't feel fun at all for the player. It's not a fun fight, it's not a fun experience, and it's definitely not memorable. Don't get me wrong, I do understand that this is not the end of Marrow. I know, spoiler alerts in the 20-year-old game, but there was so many ways that they could have done this differently. And I'm not going to sit here and waste my time trying to tell you all the ways that they could have done it better, but like, let's be honest, he doesn't even move. They could have at least at the very minimum allowed him to move around. All this is frustrating, and it feels so odd even for the universe that it just immediately takes you out of the game. You can suspend your disbelief a certain amount of time and with a certain amount of things, but when it comes to just a dude standing in front of you and you shoot him with 70 rockets and he just shrugs it off like it never happened, you kind of get a little annoyed, especially when the cutscene shows you doing this with your fists.
shooting stopped. You think it's over?
Your little buddy screamed like a bitch when we trussed him up. How about you, bitch? You gonna scream?
Yeah! Mero, get out of here! Get in, man!
Okay, we're almost there. You're edging us now, Volition. You're just edging us. We're gonna drive out to the arena where we're gonna solve this once and for all. Because we ain't playing around no more, okay?
I didn't think you'd show.
I'm surprised you have the balls to come alone.
I never said I'd be alone.
I actually do love the absurdity of all of this. I'm just gonna be 100% honest with you guys. Come on, the final fight with Marrow is him in his monster truck and all his buddies in their monster trucks, and we're in a monster truck arena. It's just straight up absurd. Now I'm gonna let you guys in on a legendary OG strategy when it comes to this fight. It's called don't fucking move, pussy. Legit, that's what it is. If you move, you're gonna notice that the AI is ridiculously good at aiming while driving monster trucks. On top of it, due to the era and the time, the camera doesn't swing very well, so you're off to get shot in the booty hole rather than in the face. But if you don't move, you're stuck behind this immovable object that they have to come to in order to damage you. Because for some reason, the AI just won't shoot you in the back if they're driving around. In fact, the only damage I ever take is because I mess up and I move. So if you're looking for a legendary strategy from the OGs, there it is. You just stand in one spot and you wait for them to come to you. I think it would have been really cool to have us do like a monster truck competition and then go against Morrow in this kind of way. It'd be similar to Killbane in Saints Row 3, where you fight him in a luchador match. I think it would have been very, very much in the Saints Row universe style. Or to have us try to outrun him through the city as he chases us down in his monster truck. These would have been way better options, but I'm still okay with this one. This is the kind of absurdity that I do like. And when I win, I like it a lot more. I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
Any last words?
Go to hell.
Sorry, didn't catch that. Wanted.
Come on, you think I'd just give you a light bulb?
A face shredder. Just what I always wanted.
Smoke this.
Ever hear of a pipe?
Pipes cost money. Money that can be used for drugs or shoes.
What is it?
It's the Sons of Samdi's #1 product. They call it Loa Dust.
But you smoke it.
They suck at marketing, what can I say? The point is that this shit is all over campus. I mean, frats are buying it by the pound. If we get enough of the stuff, we might find out how to make it ourselves.
And then we sell it for cheaper and steal their market.
Exactly.
How much stuff we talking?
I don't know, 3 pounds? 2 for science, 1 for the weekend?
I can live with that.
It's time to go after the Sons of Samedi. They're essentially the Los Canales of Saints Row 2. The Sons of Samedi are a Haitian-inspired drug cartel that controls Stillwater narcotics trade in Saints Row 2. Led by the General, the gang uses fear, voodoo imagery, and brutal violence to maintain its grip on the city's drug market. Their empire revolves around the designer drug Loa Dust, which they manufacture and distribute through Stilwater, particularly around the University District. Throughout their storyline, the Saints dismantle the Samedi's drug operation, element key lieutenants like Mr. Sunshine and Veteran Child, and ultimately take down the General to reclaim control of the city's drug trade. But it all starts with this mission, where we're going to drive over to the city's drug-infested college university district. Because everybody knows if kids are going to be doing drugs, a really villainous, over-the-top Haitian gang's probably selling them the drugs. And that was a joke. Don't be too offended by it. It's the truth inside of Stilwater, okay? The task itself is extremely simple. Get over to the University District and then kill the drug dealers until they drop the dust. And then we're going to take said dust for ourselves. We're going to do this a couple times, and then we're going to end up having to chase down the final drug dealer, Gabby. Straight A honor roll student, probably, just doing this to get by. Got to pay those university fees somehow. Well, she paid with her life by us blowing up her car, and we got the rest of the drugs. So all that's left to do now is to take the drugs back to Shandi, so we can have them tested, reverse engineered, and we can make it for ourselves. There's not really much else to say about this mission. It's literally that quick.
Gentlemen, how was business today?
Here's today's take.
There are many singles where 50 should be.
Yeah, about that. I couldn't get a hold of some of my guys.
These men steal from the General?
No, I'm not saying they're stealing. Yo, Papa Shango. I'm talking to the General.
On the streets, you may be a popular DJ, Veteran Child. But when you're in this car, you do well to remember your place.
My place?
My friends, please be civil. Veteran Child, look into the matter of the missing money. If one of your bag boys is indeed alive, take one of his hands. I doubt he will be late again. If he is not alive, I think we have a greater problem.
You want me to cut off some dude's hand?
If he stole from me, he needs to learn.
Yeah, that makes, sense.
Is there a problem?
No! I mean, it's no problem. I got this.
While we drive over to the next mission, I do have to say, I really actually do like the Sons of Samedi entirely. Every once in a while, Saints Row really does get it right, and this is one of the times where the villain and the story and the universe and the character all seem to fit. And so while I appreciate the multiple gang takeovers in Saints Row 1 and 2, I would have probably played an entire game just focused on the Sons of Samedi. They're just over the top enough that they can be marketed as over-the-top villains, but just believable enough that you can believe that they might exist in the real world. We didn't get that with Morrow. Morrow was just over top from beginning to end. One fun thing to kind of just do if you've played this game before is to watch how the interior of this limousine changes throughout the game. It gets bigger, gets smaller, there's more guns, there's less guns. It's just one of those things that you can just watch evolve through the game and notice the inconsistencies. I love things like this, like in the movie Jurassic Park, the first one, where you see the hand correct the Velociraptor before attacking the kids inside the kitchen. So I can't help but notice the inconsistencies of the size and in the interior of the car. Okay, but that's enough from me rambling. Let's get started with the next mission. We need somebody now to reverse engineer the drugs, which means we gotta go back to prison to see one of our old friends from the first game, who has an extremely surprising relationship outside of prison.
Hey, what's up?
I can't believe what they've done here.
It's pretty classy, huh?
Whatever. A strip club named TNA? That was classy. This shit is just tacky. So did you find out what was in that Loa Dust shit?
Science is hard. Anyway, like I was saying, I can't work it out, but I know someone who can.
Who?
It's a woman I met in prison. She knows more about this shit than I ever will. There's only one...
What's the problem?
She's still in prison.
Great.
Don't worry about it. I know how you're gonna break in. Samson, get over here.
Hey, Shanji, I rigged up that bomb you want.
You should probably hurry.
You know, I know that they were going for like, ha ha ha, that's funny, he fell down with a bomb. But all I saw when that bomb dropped was I knew that there was going to be a time limit on this mission. If you watched any of my previous deep dive videos, you know I'm not a fan of arbitrarily timed missions for absolutely no reason. And I'm a massive fan of just letting players figure it out on their own time and allowing them just to enjoy it. As soon as you put a time limit on the mission, it's going to feel like you have to move faster than you do, and that's when mistakes are made, and it's just a litany of issues that didn't need to be there. All because the developer decided that the gameplay mechanic needed to be timed. Now, to be honest with you, just in full transparency, Saints Row is usually pretty good at giving you way more than enough time. It's the idea and the principle that we're talking about here. If a mission doesn't need to be timed because there's not a real inherent reason for it to be, don't make it timed. It's as simple as that. So all we're going to have to do is get ourselves back out to the prison that we escaped at the beginning of the game. I want to be clear, I actually don't have any issues. Some people do with games reusing locations. If a location is reused properly, I think it's actually really good and really good at world building. Take Mafia franchise, for example. They're really, really good at reusing locations and making every single time feel special and new and unique. But then there's other games like Suicide Squad that do it in a way where you're just like, oh, I have to go all the way back there. Saints Row does a nice mixture of both, I would say. Sometimes they overuse locations that are just boring and nobody wants to go to. And other times it's a location you do want to go to, because I gotta be honest with you, breaking back into prison's quite fun. So we're gonna head out to the prison and then we're gonna blow up the generator. This involves nothing more than just finding the generator and then putting the bomb there. Now here's where we're going to run into a few of the key issues that we talked about way back at the beginning of the game. We're actually going to fail this mission a couple times, and the reason why we're going to fail it is because we're being shot through walls. This doesn't happen frequently throughout Saints Row, but it does happen every once in a while. The AI doesn't have the limitations of hitboxes, so a lot of the times you can see the enemy, but you can't shoot him because the hitboxes at the time were freaking huge. But the AI can see you, and they don't get affected by the same hitboxes. A great example of this later on is when we're fighting with Gat inside the casino at the Ronin, and they're able to shoot you through all of the slot machines on the casino floor, but you have to blow up the slot machines, wait for the slot machines to disappear, then you can shoot that area. But in this case, it's just a matter of you die and then you just keep retrying. It's not hard by any means, it's just one of those frustrating gameplay mechanics that you have to announce in order for us to be able to move forward. And to be honest with you, if I didn't include it in the video, no one would be any of the wiser. Eventually, we will find our new drug scientist, and guess what? She's the weirdly racist suburban mom that we picked up in the very first game in one of the side activities. These are the kind of callbacks that I appreciate, Saints Row. Thank you.
We'll catch up later. Let's get out of here.
Now, we're essentially going to repeat what we just did to get into the prison, except for to get out of the prison, with the added bonus of having to deal with the broken AI of our weirdly racist suburban mom. This is a common thread throughout the Saints Row entire franchise. I'm halfway through Saints Row 4 while playing this right now. It's the exact same experience over there. The AI, whenever it comes to your homies or your allies, is always brutal. And they get stuck on everything, like this suburban racist mom being stuck inside of a police car for some reason. Now, by no means am I harping on it, it's just one of the quirks of playing Saints Row 2, but this is a nostalgic deep dive and we have to acknowledge this. That being said, modern day titles like Cyberpunk 2077 experienced the exact same issues, so really I guess it was right on par with games that would come out 20 years later. The next step in our escape plan is to steal a helicopter. I guess the prison decided that having boats that were easily accessible was not a good option because then prisoners could just escape whenever they wanted. So they decided to replace the boat with a helicopter, because everybody knows that every prisoner doesn't know how to fly a helicopter. Well, unless you're in this universe, and then everybody knows how to fly a helicopter. We will then just simply fly across the ocean where we'll drop off our racist suburban mom with her weirdly hippie boyfriend. This is truly peak Saints Row, and I'm not even just saying that. If you played the franchise before, you know we go a completely different direction with everything with Saints Row 3, and then further in a different direction with Saints Row 4, and then we're in a completely different dimension with Gat Out of Hell. But truthfully, I think this was peak humor as well as gameplay from the franchise. Now we're gonna drop this racist suburban mom off at her racist suburban house, and she's gonna go have racist suburban sex with her husband, and then we're gonna start building our drug empire. Do you understand me?
I still can't get over that it's you. This is so exciting.
So you're sure you can figure out what's in the sun's stuff?
Don't worry, sweetie. When it comes to drugs or snickerdoodles, I'm the best.
Ain't that the truth, baby?
Toby!
Thanks for bringing my pumpkin muffin back. You need anything? You let me know.
Oh, I already talked to Laura about that.
In that case, you mind giving me and the wife some quality time? I'd like to have a belated conjugal before the PTA meeting.
Not at all.
Hello.
Glad you can make it.
You know, a nice robin egg blue would really spruce this place up.
I was thinking more of an avocado.
Ooh.
Hey, can we, talk about the lower dust already?
Right. Sorry. That stuff is very sophisticated. I won't bore you with all the details like acetone and trichloroethane, but there is definitely some very good pot in there.
As long as we can make the shit, it could have embalming fluid in it for all I care.
Making it won't be a problem. I'll give the recipe to Shondi.
Now all we gotta do is stop those fuckers from producing anymore.
Well, seeing as they're turning out so much product, they'd need a... Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
What's up?
In college, I dated this guy who would sell for the Suns, and he mentioned that they used to grow all their shit on a farm off campus.
And this is coming up for the first time. Why?
I forgot.
You're right. You are an idiot.
Hey!
Thanks for your help, Laura.
Where are you going?
I got a farm to burn down.
We can't just charge into that place.
You don't have to.
What do you mean?
Tobias is outside in the car. He's got a pilot's license. Why don't you just have him fly you over the farm?
You gotta be kidding me.
Does it look like I'm joking?
You guys are gonna have to forgive me for a second here, but I have to go on a bit of a rant. Saints Row 2 heavily focuses on these big set-piece missions that are heavily on rails. On-rail shooters are not fun for literally anybody, and in Saints Row 2, there's a few reasons why. 1, the weapons that you're given inside of these on-rail segments are always the most inaccurate, most frustrating things ever. 2, the AI just does whatever the hell it wants and it doesn't ever seem to fight fair. In this case, we got off lucky, but I have done this mission before where our chopper gets shot down non-stop. 3, the driver just goes wherever the hell it wants and doesn't really have any rhyme or reason to it. Wherever you think it should pause, it's like, no, I'm gonna drive by. And where you think it should drive by, it's like, no, this is where I'm gonna pause. So while we're shooting at this entire compound of just like drugs being grown out in the middle of the street, we end up fighting against the mechanics of the pilot who just flies around in his set loop. Now, I don't like to just offer complaints without a solution because then I'm just complaining. I would love to have just seen us be able to control the helicopter. It's not like later missions won't have us use the helicopter. So in all honesty, it's not even a far stretch to say the least that we would be able to do so. Giving players control of the helicopter could have allowed for an expansion in the gameplay mechanics itself. When we're chasing down the Sons of Samity through the city, we would be in control, which would mean that we wouldn't constantly feel like we were being blocked by buildings. Because all my job is when we're blocked by buildings is to sit there and wait and hope to God that the mission doesn't conclude before the end of the building obstructions. But if I was the pilot, now the buildings are part of the obstacle in the gameplay loop. You understand what I'm saying? If you take a player and you just force him to sit there and he can only interact with things when they happen to show up on the screen, every moment that the player isn't doing something is just a moment they're just sitting there wasting their time in real life. Because visually, driving beside buildings is not in a fun and exciting gameplay loop. Saints Row does this a lot where it takes the control of things and it gives it to an AI NPC, and simply the coding nor the networking, nothing was up to par for this. This is why I don't like doing the escort missions and I don't like doing the drug trafficking missions, because it's not fun to sit there and just wait and hope that things work out. And that's exactly what happens when you play Saints Row 2. Is a lot of times you're just kind of hoping that the AI that you're with is gonna work out. I got really good examples of this when it comes to Saints Row 3, so don't worry, you're definitely going to get to be able to visually see what I'm talking about in a much higher detail. But any mission that is tied to an NPC doing the work with you is always just riddled with boring parts and or just frustrating activity sections. So let's just move on.
Everybody, get out!
Perhaps they did not understand you.
What's up, guys?
The Saints raised my farm.
That's some shitty luck.
A helicopter-mounted machine gun has nothing to do with luck.
Well, how... Yo, can you cut that shit out? You're freaking me out. How did they find out about the farm?
Why don't you tell me?
I don't know what...
Stop lying.
Dude, I said I don't...
And he said, stop lying.
I'm telling you the truth, man. I don't know how they found out.
Then you are not very useful, are you?
I don't know how they found out, but I got some ideas.
Enlighten me.
I used to dig this bitch Shondi, and there's a chance, a small fucking chance, that I might have gotten stoned and told her about the farm.
Where is this Shondi?
Word is she rolls with the Saints now.
Let him go. Veteran child, you will go kill this Shondi. If you fail to do this, Mr. Sunchild will burn you alive. Does this sound fair? Excellent. Let's be on our way.
You see what I mean? Like, they did a really good job of making the General and Mr. Sunshine really feel like grounded villains while simultaneously still being over the top to fit in with the Saints Row universe. That's what I've always appreciated about the Sons of Samedi. It's the same thing I thought about with the Vice Kings as well. It's like it has to be believable within the universe itself, otherwise it's just too much. The Brotherhood was too much. Now, headphone warnings for the next cutscene here. It's in a party and my god is it loud, but I cannot do anything about it. I'm gonna lessen the audio on my end, but it's still quite loud. But to be honest with you, YouTube's probably gonna claim it anyway, so I don't even know if this part of the video is gonna stay in here.
Party. If I can drink free, I'll meet anyone. My ex called me and said he got some dirt for us.
I thought I killed your ex.
Different ex. Now come on.
Sup, Shondi?
Hey Blake, what you got for me?
White Widow?
I was talking about the info you called me about, but pass the peace.
Earlier today, I went to Shivington to find party favors for tonight. While I was buying, I noticed some Samdi wheeling in a bunch of chemicals into a building.
You sure?
I know a drug lab when I see one.
I'm gonna blow up some dust labs. You wanna come?
You go have fun. I think I'll stay here.
Suit yourself.
I'm so sorry. Like, it was loud for me as well. Any lower and you couldn't hear the voices, any louder and you couldn't hear because you couldn't hear. So let me just briefly explain it. Shondi has an ex that happened to be buying drugs today and happened to see that the Sons of Samedi have drug labs all around the city. So we are now going to drive around the city and destroy their drug labs. The task itself isn't hard within the mission, but I would like to explore another option. Why can't we just take these things over? I say this just in case there's ever a point in time where Volition happens happens to see these videos and goes, oh wow, we need some ideas. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make sense for us to just keep going and destroying their drug labs when at the same time we're taking over that territory. With every mission, we take over territories, and in the territories, there's those mission locations. If I'm taking over the territory and the territory now falls under the 3rd Street Saints, then why can't I just take over that drug lab? Not in like a passive way where it's just in the background. Once again, why can't I take it over? Why can't I build it up? Why can't I upgrade it? Why can't I make it its own business? Right now, the Sons of Samity are using them as like slum locations that are just absolutely falling apart. Why couldn't we have allowed the player to take it over and use some of the money that we make to upgrade it, to make it better, make the facilities better, make the quality of the product better, to sell it to at a higher price, and have like a 3-tiered system where we can level up these locations and really feel like we're building an empire. And that's something that this game heavily lacks. In fact, it's something that all the games lack. When you took over the city in Saints Row 1, you didn't feel like you did anything actually at all. Sure, money was coming in, and sure, it said that you owned businesses and rackets, but you couldn't go see those businesses and rackets. Saints Row 2 is exactly the same thing. We're doing things, we can see that we're doing things, but when it's all said and done, did we do anything? Saints Row 3 fixes this a little bit by allowing you to buy legitimate businesses, but the illegitimate ones are just the exact same. You take it over and then you're just done. Saints Row 3 also just skips to the fact that you're now running an empire pretty quick. And Saints Row 4 just kind of dumps this entire thing all together. Like, Saints Row 4 almost has nothing to do with anything we're doing now. If you're a developer and you're making a game similar to this, or you're going to reboot the reboot of Saints Row, because my god, you should, definitely make it so we feel like we're building the company. We're building what we're doing. Because so far, we just take it over, and then we never talk about it ever again. That being said, there will be a bit of a difference here when we blow up the last location. Let's just say gets very Batman-esque when Scarecrow fear gases the entire city of Gotham. But in this case, we're all just really goddamn high.
That's not good.
Let's give props where props are due. This part of the mission is actually extremely fun. I also like the fact that what we just did had an effect to the actual city. This is something that Saints Row 3 will do really, really well, but this is the one time in Saints Row 2 where we get to see what we're doing is affecting the overall city. I like to think of this as the foundation block to all the stuff that happens in Saints Row 3 that actually changes the city. So I have a weirdly special relationship when it comes to this mission. Plus, it reminds me of Batman, and I'm a big Batman fan.
What are you thinking, my friend?
It's beautiful.
And expensive.
More money will come.
You had best be right. Between the farm and this fire, we cannot afford to have anything go wrong with our next shipment.
Don't worry, General. The shipment will be safe.
These saints are proving themselves to be quite the nuisance.
Then perhaps it's time we speak to their leader.
Nice place you got here, Shaundi.
What are you doing here?
I've been watching this place. I know you're here alone.
Not for long, I'm not, so you better get the...
Don't make this difficult. Bitch!
Back off! Back the fuck off!
You think you walking out of here?
Unless you want a bullet in this bitch, you're goddamn right I am.
Kid, you just made us.
You know who I am?
Seeing as I'm gonna kill you in a few seconds, I don't really give a shit.
Keep your distance!
It is wild to see Shaundi as such a just fragile stoner loser compared to what we get in Saints Row 3. Maybe it's part of her character arc. Maybe because this weird stoner dude beat the crap out of her and stole her, she decided to get like training. But like Saints Row 2, Shaundi is a big puss. Saints Row 3, Saints Row 4, Shaundi is a major Major badass. Also, I'm not gonna lie, Veteran Child gives me the creeps. He feels like the kind of guy that if a girl dumped, he would literally stand outside in her bushes every single night for like 6 years before finally trying to get her back. And then tell her that he stood outside her house in a bush for 6 years. It just gives me the creeps. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna waste your time with this mission. It's a lot of driving for no goddamn reason. Veteran Child's gonna send us on a wild goose chase, and he's gonna tell us that he's at 2 different clubs that he's actually not at. He's actually at a club called On the Track, but before we do that, we first have to go drive all around the city and go to these other clubs to fight the Sons of Samity because he's trying to set us up for an ambush. I'm just gonna skip to the boss fight now.
Jesus! You think you can kill me in my club?
I appreciate what they were doing when it came to this boss fight with Veteran Child. I really, really do. You have to use your flashbangs in order to knock him off of Shandy, and then you can shoot him. I'm okay with the innovation. The only reason I have a problem with this boss fight is because this is a minor boss, and that's completely fine. I don't care what you do with the minor boss. But this exact fight is how you beat the main boss in Saints Row 3. This exact same way. That's the only problem I have with it, is because the next game's final fight takes place in this exact same way. I'm also not gonna lie to you, for some reason whenever I do this fight, I always fail it once or twice because I don't know. I have played this game a million times. I know how this goes, and yet every single time I do the exact same mistake. It's kind of like there's an Assassin's Creed follow quest that you do in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, and no matter how many times I do it, I always seem to fail it for some reason, like 2 or 3 times. It's like that certain racetrack in Forza just cannot seem to do the one turn. It's funny how in some games you just have these little moments that you can't fix. If you got moments like that, let me know, or maybe I'm alone in this. Needless to say, we're gonna throw enough flashbangs to eventually kill Veteran Child. Things are going to start moving quickly now with the Sons of Samity. It's no longer fun and games, but I want to take a minute just to appreciate that this has been more chaos and destruction than the entire Brotherhood questline, and I can appreciate that about this mission and the Sons of Samity.
Shandy, you okay?
My ex-boyfriend's a dick.
Pretty much, yeah. I can't believe you got your ass kicked by that chump.
Did I mention that my ex-boyfriend's a dick?
You should go home and rest.
If by resting you mean smoking an ounce, then hell yeah.
Am I?
You are sitting with your betters, my friend. I wanted to see the face of the individual who had caused me so much trouble. So far, I find the experience to be underwhelming.
Who the fuck are you?
I am the man whose property you stole and destroyed.
Oops.
You needn't dwell on your mistakes. You will not live to learn from them.
That's so?
I'm afraid it is.
Who the fuck are you?
They call me Mr. Sunshine.
Well, listen, Sunshine. I don't care how fucked up your face is. I ain't scared of you or that other asshole.
Pity.
Gentlemen, I'm through meeting with my adversary. If you please, dispose of this trash.
Of course, General.
You're a general? Did you hear that? That asshole thinks he's a... This is a bad time to be fucked up.
I don't know why, but the guy in the background just losing his mind at the end of that cutscene always cracks me up. Just that one dude, you know he's a homeless dude, you know he's half out of his mind, and he's just losing it. Like he doesn't know if he's on a trip or what he just saw. So we have to race back to save Shondi again, but this time we have to give Volition some props. We have like inverted controls and a bunch of other things that are going to be thrown at us. I really appreciate this about this mission. I like it when a game company can take something that's happening in the game and translate that to you, the player who's not in the game. I know that some people found this frustrating at the time. I thought it was very immersive. If you've ever been stoned, you know that sometimes you can just get past that point where it's fun and things start going slow, or you don't feel like you're in control of your body or whatever. And I think that Volition did a very good job of showcasing that through this mission, because we're not even in control of ourselves. So I'll give props where props are due. We're going to race back to the HQ, we're going to save Shondi, and then we're going to have to defend the HQ. This is where I'm going to have to get a little bit sour with Volition. Saints Row suffers from something that is just kind of common for the time and the era when this game was made. So they simply just didn't have the technology to be able to have hordes of enemies chase you down. So what happens is when they ask you to defend a location for a certain amount of time, there's these massive lulls where there's nothing going on. We already showcased this with the Carlos mission at the nuclear power plant. But even when the enemies do attack, they come in these extremely infrequent waves because the game has to do all this processing in behind the scenes. Stuff that you and me don't know what's going on, but later on in years now, 20 years later, we can tell what's happening here. The game has to de-render the assets to respawn in assets. So what ends up happening is this defend the location fight drags on longer than it ever needs to. There's a saying, too much of a good thing's a bad thing. Sure, that first piece of chocolate might taste amazing. The 10th piece of chocolate might taste amazing, but you know, you're starting to get tired of it. By the time you hit that 20th piece of chocolate, you no longer even want to put it in your mouth. But if you keep pushing on past that point, the chocolate stops tasting good and starts tasting really vile. The same thing can be said for this mission. At first, when they're attacking the Saints HQ, it feels fun. It feels unique, it feels special. It's the first time that the fight has been brought to the Saints Row's door in this game. But sadly, it never goes beyond this point. You just stay in the parking lot and you fight for a ridiculous amount of time. But there's an added caveat. Sometimes the enemy will spawn outside of your red radar. It's that red circle inside the minimap. You can't leave that without triggering a countdown timer to stop the mission. Now, it doesn't happen in this specific instance, but I have played it where the person spawns more than 30 seconds away and we can't go get them because, well, if I leave for 30 seconds, then I fail the mission. But if I don't kill him, I fail the mission. I have also seen it where I've gotten lucky and he happens to get taken out by one of our Saints comrades who's walking around. But overall, if we just talk about this instance and this mission and this playthrough, it just drags out past the point of being fun anymore. And I think there could have been a few ways to do this that maybe made it better, even for the limitations of the time. Once the first few waves were done attacking us, maybe we could push out and start fighting them down different roads. Very similar to the fight in the church in the first game where they attack from the north, south, east, west. But in this case, we can go fight down the north, south, east, west streets, pushing the Samedi back. I think that would have been a great way to allow the assets that were previously killed behind us to despawn while simultaneously allowing us to spawn in new assets in an area that hasn't rendered any. Another thing that they could have done is had us start fighting helicopters in the sky. This would allow the viewer to look up, and then that would allow the game to be able to remove the assets below without breaking the immersion. Now, I've never been able to tell, and I'm not this smart, somebody else can go really deep into it, but maybe having our gang members come in wouldn't have been a good thing. As much as I appreciate them being here, I feel like once there's a certain amount of assets on your screen, they can't spawn in more, and that might help with the issue of the dragging out the fight. The more of my Saints that show up to help me fight, ironically, the slower and longer this mission is. Don't get me wrong, I don't want every mission to be a blitzkrieg bop, right? I don't want to rush through it, but like if I'm just standing in a parking lot, there does come to a time where I'm starting to get a little bit bored. In fact, I've let you guys watch this entire thing because it's 5 minutes of it. 5 minutes of fighting enemies that aren't worth fighting for 5 minutes. That, or maybe added in some sort of boss mechanic. An armored car here, maybe a tank, maybe something just to keep it varied and new. That being said, it's not a terrible mission. It's the first time the fight's been brought to us, and we have to acknowledge that. Nobody else has done that, not even anybody in the Brotherhood. So good job, Sons of Samedi.
How you feeling?
comfortable and very hungry.
You need help standing up?
No, I'm good here.
You sure?
Oh, yeah.
You know, there could be some more guys looking for you.
You could take them, right?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's good.
Fucking lightweights.
You know, I should have mentioned earlier, but you can also buy legitimate businesses here, but it also doesn't have that same effect. Don't know why I left that out of the script when I wrote that. I was just editing and I saw me buy this friendly fire and I was like, wait, oh yeah, you can buy businesses here too. It still doesn't change what I said before. It's just, I should note it because somebody else is going to notice that and then they're going to be like, great, but you can buy businesses in this game. In 3, you can buy also buildings, which allows you to feel like you're owning something, though you can buy an entire apartment building in 3 for like $5. Moving on.
I can't take all this sitting around. When you gonna let me come out and do some dirt with you?
Don't take it the wrong way, Pierce. I'm just used to dealing with shit myself.
Heads up, Pierce. Come on.
Sorry, girl. No self-respecting brother plays hacky sack. Why you got the cheerleader calling the shots and not me?
Right here.
Pierce, I put you in charge of the Ronin. What more do you want?
I can do more to help.
Do you know how the Sons of Samdi are still moving product after we torched their farm and drug labs?
No.
Then shut the fuck up.
Why you gotta be like that?
I'm just saying, don't bitch unless you got a solution.
Guys.
My solution is to do more than wait around for one of the 600 guys Shonda used to fuck to give us a call.
There's a bunch of helicopters dropping cargo over Samdi territory.
How the hell you know that? Gotta be fucking kidding me.
I tell you what, Pierce. If you want to watch me blow up some helicopters, you're more than welcome.
I'm going to speed up this mission by ×2. It took me 6 minutes and 6 seconds to do this mission, so we're going to take 3 minutes and 3 seconds to talk about it. There's a specific reason why I'm doing this. We're tasked with driving around the city with Pierce. Pierce is in control of the car, we're in control of shooting. We have to shoot down helicopters in the city, and then we're going to have to go into a boat and shoot down boats, and then we're going to have to get back into a car to shoot down helicopters. The premise of the mission is completely fine, and the actual doing that part of the mission is actually quite a lot of fun. The issue is the massive lulls in between these set pieces. I need you to remember this is sped up by ×2, which means I spent more like 5 minutes doing nothing. 1 minute shooting things? Now, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I know exactly why this is. Back in the day when Saints Row was made in 2008, people were still playing on CRTVs, which were much smaller, much less resolution. We were also playing on Xbox 360s, which had much lesser hardware, and the controls back then were absolutely terrible. Now I'm playing on a $5,000 PC with a bunch of hardware at a way higher frame rate, and I'm able to pinpoint accuracy aim at these things. Not saying my aim's good. What I'm saying is it's better than 20 years ago. So what ends up happening is I'm able to shoot down the helicopters faster than I normally would. I remember doing this mission when I was a kid. It took me the full length of time to shoot down these helicopters. In fact, I remember failing this mission because I didn't do it in time. This is one of those missions where it's a perfect example that back in the day, it was a ton of fun, but now in modern times, it's not so good. Because once I shoot down the helicopters, Pierce still has to drive his same path. He still has to figure out where he needs to go and how he has to get there. And then when I shoot down the stuff on the water, the same thing has to happen. The same thing has to happen when we get back on land. This actually isn't even Volition's fault. This is 100% just the times have caught up to the game. And in another 20 years, we'll probably be able to play this in VR and you'll be able to shoot it down by yourself. Actually, low-key, I would love to play Saints Row in VR, like the good ones. That'd be absolutely insane. Yo, why aren't game companies doing that? Why aren't they going back and remaking old games in VR? Because they're lesser quality and they'd be a lot easier to port into VR than, say, a new modern game like Cyberpunk. Yo, did I just accidentally make a billion-dollar industry? You know what? You guys are smarter than me. You guys get it done, I'll make the videos. But now I want to play Saints Row VR. Back on topic. Due to the limitations of the time, this mission played out very much differently. In fact, a lot of these missions, and in fact, pretty much everything we're talking about because of the time in which the game was made, played out very differently than now. But that's what's wonderful about this video series is that we're revisiting the games to see how they play out. And we've learned that the game plays out a lot differently than it did 20 years ago. I have to say though, every mission I do with Pierce has these kind of bugs and these issues, which like I've said a million times before, I do believe is part of, I swear some developer was like, you know what? Every time Playa has to work with Pierce, let's just make the game buggy and weird every single time. If I do a mission with Shandy, it's completely fine. Oleg in Saints Row 3, completely fine. Johnny Gat, completely fine. I start working with Pierce, it's a goddamn nightmare. With the helicopter shot down, Mr. Sunshine gets punished.
You know why I am here.
I do.
I took no pleasure in this, my friend. But a price needed to be paid for failure.
Don't worry. I only need one ear to hear the whispers of the lower.
I know that you will fix this.
Of course, General. Do not worry.
Dude, just cut off that dude's ear. What the fuck?
Mr. Sunshine, come on, man. Where's the shipment?
There is no shipment.
This isn't funny, man.
I couldn't agree more.
I don't care how much you jack up the price. Just give me the dust.
There's nothing for me to sell.
You promised that another shipment was coming in.
And there was. But the Saints stole it.
Fuck you then. Where are they slinging? I'll buy from them.
No, you will not. You are upset and want your drugs, this I understand. But there are other solutions.
Like what?
You all will go and steal the drugs from the Saints.
Are you fucking crazy? They'll kill us all.
Perhaps. But if they don't, you will be taken care of for quite some time.
We get to keep what we take?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I am not going to waste a lot of time with you guys on this mission. It is literally defend the warehouse while Shandy and Pierce load up the truck with the drugs, which doesn't take a lot of time. It's just there's a lot of lulls where there's not much going on. And then we're going to follow the truck where for some reason Pierce decides to drive like it's a Sunday driving lesson. And it's a nice day and he's just enjoying the breeze on his arm with the window rolled down. It is painfully slow and it takes forever and I hate it. I literally hate it. So we're just going to skip to the next mission. My God, whoever designed this mission, I hope both sides of your pillow are warm. And I hope that your sheet comes untucked every single night around your foot. Yeah, how do you feel about that? Because you made this mission. I didn't. I had to play it and I literally hated it. I literally hated this mission.
Hey!
I need that! Where's Sunshine? Give me the dust! Fine. Where's Sunshine?
What doesn't matter? You're gonna kill me anyway.
I'm in no rush.
He hangs out at the old meat packing plant.
See, was that so hard?
I'm coming too.
No.
This is total bullshit. You can't just cut me out of the loop.
I can do whatever the fuck I want. It's one of the perks of running a gang.
Is Pierce talking shit again? Because I don't care what.
This doesn't have anything to do with Pierce. If a strung-out DJ almost took you out, a crazy motherfucker like Sunshine will tear you apart. I don't have time to babysit you.
You won't have to babysit.
Stick to tactics, Shandy. This conversation is over.
It's time to go after one of the lieutenants of the Sons of Samity. We're gonna go after Mr. Sunshine. He's at the meat processing plant. We're gonna drive over there where literally nothing's gonna happen to us. So we're just gonna arrive through the power of editing at the meat processing plant. We're gonna fight our way through the meat packing plant. Now, the Sons of Samity are just like every other gang member out there. They're very easy to take down. I'm bringing this up very specifically for a reason that you will soon understand. The ones that we fight throughout the rest of our for Mr. Sunshine are all normal Sons of Samity, okay? But once we arrive in the room where we ended up interacting with Mr. Sunshine and end up doing our boss fight, are all of a sudden immortal. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second time in this game that we start getting a foundation block of what's to come in Saints Row 3 and Saints Row 4. So let's talk about it. The fight with Mr. Sunshine isn't inherently tough, but if you don't know what you're doing, which the game does zero of telling you, well, it tells you, but like you're not really paying attention to it because you're getting shot non-stop. If you don't know what you're doing, you will struggle here because basically Mr. Sunshine is completely and utterly immortal and impervious to all damage that you throw at him. Doesn't matter if it's a rocket, a gun, or a fist, he will not take any damage. Simultaneously, every single time you kill one of the other members that are there, he will simply resurrect them with his voodoo doll. The voodoo doll itself is the key to destroying Mr. Sunshine. You have to shoot it when he runs up and does his resurrection ritual. You just shoot it once and then you can shoot him as many times as you want. Once you figure that out, this fight is incredibly easy. But I have no problems with it being easy. I really freaking like this fight. It's way better than our fight against Marrow. And it genuinely is a lot of fun, and you're sitting here going like, yo, what is going to happen here? And it also allows us to have a pretty funny cutscene after the seriousness of everything else that's been going on up to this point. So with Mr. Sunshine dead, that only leaves the General. It's time to hunt him down.
From over. You think that will stop me?
For fuck's sake, die!
Between you and me, I've always felt like it's been a missed opportunity to have Mr. Sunshine become a recurring character throughout the rest of the franchise. As a villain, even if he's just like a side plot villain that shows up just to mess with Playa. I think it would have been an absolute amazing like little Easter egg in each individual game moving forward. To have him show up and just kind of mess things up or do something, and every time we chop off a part of his body and he re-puts it on, or we do something to him to make him, you know, damaged in some way, and then that carries on to the next game and the next game and the next game. They could even have it to the point where eventually he just turns into a head kind of thing in a jar like in Futurama. Just a missed opportunity. I'm just spitballing here. That's what these videos are all about, just talking things out. It's time to go after the General. But first, we're gonna have to go and break into the police station.
You gonna stand there or you gonna work out?
I get enough cardio running from the cops.
Suit yourself.
I'm surprised you can run 5 minutes without coughing up a lung, let alone 5 miles.
I'm full of surprises.
Then surprise me and tell me how we're gonna take out the General.
Well, that creep's always riding around in that limo of his, right?
Yeah.
So I figure the easiest way to find him is to go and tap into the traffic cameras at the police station.
I don't know if easiest would be the word I'd use.
Alright, so it's not the easiest way, but it's the quickest. Besides, now I get to tag along.
Are you high, or do you not remember the part where I told you I wasn't gonna babysit you?
Okay, so you're gonna hack into the traffic cameras then? Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's go, boss.
Step 1 of Shandi's plan is to steal a repair van and then steal the disguises, and then we're going to go to the police station and pretend that we're there to fix their computers. Super simple, so we do it. We're then going to drive to the police station where we're then going to have to work our way into the building. It's as simple as signing a piece of paper because we're supposed to be there.
Welcome to the Stillwater Police Department. How may I help you?
Yeah, we're here to fix the thing.
We're here to fix the computers in the monitoring station.
God, there's always something acting up in this place. The monitoring station's upstairs.
We are then going to go to the monitoring station where we're going to have to defend Shandi for an ungodly amount of time. Obviously, like every other time for your viewing pleasure, I have sped this up. But this goes on for an extremely long time, and sometimes no enemies spawn. I mean that, like sometimes you'll just be standing here for forever and nothing is happening. There's nothing to do to speed up Shandi's process. There's nothing to enhance the gameplay mechanics. There's literally no changes. You're just gonna stand here, and you're gonna wait for Shandi to be done when she's done. And you're gonna say goddamn thank you after it's all said and done. So that being said, we're then gonna steal a helicopter. Let's talk about flying inside of Saints Row. We really haven't talked about it at all, but we've flown a few times. The controls are actually pretty decent on controller. On mouse and keyboard, they're not so good. The addition of helicopters was extremely welcome in Saints Row 2, and I really do appreciate it. Grand Theft Auto at the time had this thing where this game got helicopters, that game got planes, and it was always annoying, because planes suck. Like, I'm just putting it plainly. See what I did there? Anyway, helicopters are always more fun because it feels more natural to the city, so in Saints Row, helicopters do make sense. That being said, though, I do believe that they're a bit underutilized in Saints Row 2. In fact, I believe that to be true for every single Saints Row game. For such a fun movement mechanic inside of the game, you'd think there'd be more things to do with it, but there's not. And sadly, the attack choppers can't hit the broadside of a barn, so we're able to just simply fly over to our headquarters, land this thing, and carry on with our day.
Alright people, here's the deal. We got a truck full of electronic shit that I don't know how to use. I want you guys to help unload the truck and set up shop here. Once we're up and running, I want someone watching these monitors 24/7. The moment someone sees that fucking limo, I want to know about it. Let's get to work. This is gonna work, right?
Probably.
You had me break into a police station for something that would probably work?
Well, you know, I thought it would be good times.
Thanks, Shandi.
Anytime.
Holy shit! I found the limo!
Yo, Shandi, where the hell are you?
What's up?
Get up, we gotta get moving.
What, you're actually taking me along?
I can't get a hold of Pierce.
Thanks, I guess.
You're welcome. Now get up, we gotta catch that limo.
I'm going to be 1000% honest with you guys right now. Whenever I say that, you know I'm about to say something that annoys me. We're going to drive to the mall. The mall, yes, I know. What was with video games in the 2000s being focused around malls? Well, because believe it or not, they weren't always just empty buildings that had a bunch of stores that sell overpriced goods in it. They were once overpriced stores inside of a building that had a bunch of people in it. Think of all the games that came out. There was an entire game set inside of a mall called Dead Rising. Vice City even had a whole mission inside of the mall, very similar to this one, which is why I'm bringing it up. Dead Rising was a game that was designed around a mall, which meant it made sense. Vice City was a game that was made around a city, so when you went into the mall, it was super annoying and way too goddamn big. Well, Saints Row, once again, is a mall that is inside of a city, meaning that when we go inside the mall, it is way too goddamn big, and exits are too far in between. We're going to set up an ambush for the general outside of the mall, and it's going to go about this well.
Here he comes, get ready.
It went pretty well, right? You expected it not to. Here's the thing. You have to stop the general from getting in the mall. Here's the thing. You cannot stop the general from getting into the mall. He's always going to get into the mall because this is where the final fight's going to take place. So even though I'm outside right now fighting my booty off trying to stop the general from getting into the mall, he's already in the mall. The second that that car hit him, he teleported into the mall. Through the power of voodoo or through the power that that's where he needed to be. You decide. So while I'm wasting my time outside, I should be running inside, which we will do. Now I have to explain you guys something. The reason I have a problem with the malls inside of video games is the fact that they always make them so goddamn big. I can drive around this mall outside and it takes no time at all. I can run around it outside and it takes no time at all. You get in here, this mall is the size of the goddamn city. And we have to fight our way all the way across this whole freaking mall while being hunted down by guards and being hunted down by people just to get into our final fight that's literally going to take 30 seconds. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. The fight with Mr. Sunshine is incredibly more interesting than the fight against the General. It's a weird inconsistency that Saints Row has where they have these really great moments of like just creativity and fun, and then these just really poor moments where you're sitting there going like, what just happened? That can't be it. We had an immortal Mr. Sunshine until we cut off his head. He was immortal. He kept getting up. And then the General, for some reason, is killed in like 14 seconds and he's just dead. He never gets up again. It seems like at any point, Mr. Sunshine should have realized that he's immortal and just taken over the control of the Sons of Samity. Like, what would the General do? He can't kill Mr. Sunshine. He would just keep coming. It's just something worth thinking about when you're playing the game. This is why we're deep diving into it. It's because these weird inconsistencies pop up and we get to talk about it. There's nothing wrong with it at all if you liked it the way it was. Ah yes, the bulldog that phases through the ground. Perfect. Just so we're clear, this fight takes exactly 16 seconds because I knew it was coming and I brought myself some rockets. I highly advise if you replay the game yourself, you also do, otherwise this fight is so fucking brutal. Just in difficulty length.
Is he dead?
You got a light?
That's it, huh?
Seeing as we stole their drugs, cornered the lower dust market, took their territory and killed their leader, I'm pretty sure the Sons of Samdi are fucked.
So, how'd I do?
Well, he's dead and you're not, so I'd say pretty goddamn good.
So you think I could take Gat?
Not on your fucking life.
What about Pierce?
Probably not.
Veteran child?
Seeing as he's dead, I'm pretty sure you'd kick his ass.
You're an asshole.
What's up with the dollhouse?
Dollhouse my ass. This is how we gonna fuck up the Ronin.
This'll be good.
Trust me, it is. The Ronin have a stake in Poseidon's palace, so I figure hitting their biggest money maker is a good way to show them we not fucking around.
Okay, so what's the plan?
You and I enter the casino here. Once inside, we need to distract this security guard. I was thinking you could catch me cheating or some shit like that. Anyway, while the guard's concerned with throwing me out, Gat'll sneak in through this security door. Don't worry, I already got today's passcode from the blackjack dealer Shandi's fucking. Now once inside, Gat'll have to sneak past the guards to cut the power. And when that happens, we only have about 45 seconds before the backup generator turns on. During the blackout, though...
Hold up, man. I mean, I love the dream house you built here and everything. But what if we just start here, walk into the casino, and just shoot all the motherfuckers that are between us and the money?
Well, you know...
It would be a lot faster.
And a lot more fun.
Yeah, but...
Fuck it, let's go. Good call, Johnny.
Okay, we got one gang left. Technically two, but it's technically also one. It's the Ronin. We're going to go after the Ronin. Now, this is Johnny Gat's gang. Now, to be 100% honest with you guys, I have always personally felt like the Ronin were here to simply make Gat's character arc. The missions are neither like that good, but also none of them are memorable. And I'm not even meaning that to be rude. There's not a single moment inside of the Ronin's entire mission storyline that is more memorable than when Johnny Gat is having his own personal story arc. One thing that always sets apart Johnny Gat's storyline with the Ronin over all the other ones is that there's a personal investment and loss, which you guys will understand later. None of the other missions inside of the entire game franchise so far that we've covered have had the connections to the characters like this one will. And that's why I've always believed the Ronin stands out separate to the other two gangs. Not because the gang's better, but because the story is better. But in between those amazing story missions, we gotta do the mundane tasks. One of the common themes within the Ronin playlist when you're doing this gang is that you're just going to be sent here to destroy XYZ or kill XYZ, which is fine when you're looking at it from a gameplay perspective of 2008. If I'm honest with you, and we know this to be 100% true already, if you made this exact sort of mission structure in 2026, the game wouldn't do very well. We know this because Saints Row the reboot tried to do the exact same thing and failed miserably. Now let's talk about the mission actually at hand here. We have to destroy a bunch of casino machines inside of the Ronin's casino. Sounds super simple on paper, right? Except for the fact that the game does its old faithful of making you rely on an AI to do a bunch of the work while you just defend them. This AI, being Johnny Gat in this case, can get stuck on things, can get hyper-targeted by the enemy NPCs, could glitch out, could just not do their job, which are all things that happened. Every other mission inside this entire video has taken me less than 10 minutes to complete. This one mission took me 40 minutes just due to the random inconsistencies. I'm only showing you my best run before we get the truck, but I failed for a litany of issues. Johnny Gat falling through the ground, Johnny Gat getting killed, me being killed, the bomb going off and killing everybody. Oh yes, that's something we didn't know. They tell you to get away from the bomb, but there's no dictated distance you have to go. And if you are within this arbitrary invisible line, you die, obviously. And if you're far enough away, you live. The problem is figuring out what that distance is while simultaneously not getting killed by the Ronin. Eventually, though, we will get our truck. With all of our ill-gotten gains loaded into the back of the truck, we're going to drive it to the most secure location that we possibly can, Aisha's house. It's actually kind of ridiculously stupid that us and Johnny Gat, apparently two of the most feared gang members that have ever walked the very land that is Stilwater, made the decision to rob a casino from a rival gang and then drive that casino goods straight to the exact location in which I live. Not my headquarters, not my subsidiary, not a warehouse, not a random safe house we own in the city. No, to the very house that Johnny Gat and Aisha share. It's gonna kind of make it hard to feel bad for Johnny later when something happens at this very location. When in the very first mission we do for the Ronin, we drive their stolen goods directly to his home. It also kind of nullifies and liquefies, maybe even a little bit dissolves some of the allure around Johnny Gat. We get it, he's a tough, ballsy, loyal to the end of the earth kind of guy, but apparently he's also moronically stupid. And to be honest with you, the Gat of Saints Row 1 never would have made this decision now. Maybe he got comfortable with his old age, maybe he's just accepting his fate. We don't know what's going on with Johnny Gat, but we do know driving stolen goods directly to your home while being chased by the very gang that you stole from, probably not the best move. That being said though, that will be the end of our mission.
このカジノの権利権は悪事さんはちょっと
Junichi, you need to relax.
悪事さんから隠すのは無理なのでは
My father won't find out about the casino.
そんなに甘くはないです
Don't question me, Junichi. And we're in America. Speak English.
Forgive me, Shogo.
A little jumpy today? Over there. Sword. Listen, Junichi. I know you're having a hard time adjusting to the way I run things here. But how about you let me deal with my father, and you deal with whatever the fuck I tell you to deal with?
Of course, Shogo.
Excellent.
Why is there a big pile of money on the coffee table?
It's a little complicated.
We shot up a Ronin casino and stole the cash.
And you brought that shit here.
Ish. Who else we gonna trust with the money?
But the Ronin know you stole it, right?
Well, they wouldn't have if we would've went with my plan.
Yeah, well, if we went with your plan, we'd still be talking about it.
Fuck off, Gat.
Excuse me?
Shut up. We're on.
Casino heist has left the police baffled. Standing next to me is Chief of Police Troy Bradshaw. Chief, how's the investigation going?
This is an investigation, Miss Valderrama. I can't get into details.
Can you say anything about the 3rd Street Saints' involvement?
I don't know what you're talking about.
This leaked security footage shows the leader of the Saints, recent fugitive and Saint Lieutenant Johnny Gat, as well as an unknown accomplice assaulting the casino. Obviously, the 3rd Street Saints are back after a long hiatus.
Alright! Woo!
Oh, God.
Unknown accomplice my ass!
Miss Valder...
Also, reports claim that Ultor is pressing the police department for a quicker response.
One of Ultor's investments was robbed. Of course they want their money back.
All right, we've had our 15 minutes. Let's clean this money.
Let's start with the obvious. It's super funny that everybody treats Pierce like an absolute punching bag. Really do appreciate that kind of humor. It's actually one of my favorite kind of humors. Second, once again, we can see Aisha is the only one with the brain, and we and Gat are kind of stupid. Third, it's really funny to see Troy so old when we're like the same age, and Johnny, Gat, and everybody else looks the same, but Troy for some reason aged like 50 years. And finally, 4. Gotta love the bugs in the cutscenes. It's part of the quirks and the charm of the game, if you know what I mean. So we gotta clean the money that we just stole from the casino. I'm not going to waste your time. We're going to go meet a car salesman. We're going to buy an overpriced car. We're then going to take that overpriced car. We're going to drive it to a black market gun dealer where we're going to buy overpriced guns. We're going to then take that car and the overpriced guns and we're going to drive to a fence. A fence is somebody who kind of deals in the gray area. They're willing to buy your stolen goods at a lower rate in order to sell it to other people. That's where the true mission starts, where we have to protect the fence. And this is where I'm gonna get frustrated. Let me reference another franchise for a minute. Assassin's Creed was not the best game in 2007 when it launched. Was it a good game? Yes. Was it fun? Yes. But it was extremely repetitive. They had to innovate in Assassin's Creed 2, so they innovated by allowing the player to do more and varied up the way that the mission structures worked. But even in Assassin's Creed 2, one of the things that Ubisoft did was slowly start to make more and more missions be follow quests because it was an easy way to pad out time. By the time we reach Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, where the majority of the gameplay soon becomes follow quests. You're following this person here and that person there. The only difference between an escort quest and a follow quest is that the game said, hey, this person accepts the fact that you're here. Where in a follow quest, that person usually doesn't know that you're there. I've always had this rule of thumb. Follow quests are never fun, and escort quests are just follow quests with different dressing. That being said, there is not a single moment, a single minute, a single second that I have enjoyed, a single moment that I have had to have an NPC drive me around the town. It always goes on for way too long. And 99% of the time, I die due to stuff that is out of my control. I've said this already in this review, I said it in Saints Row 1. If the player has so many things that are stacked against him or her that makes the game feel terrible, then it's not a fun gameplay mechanic. When an NPC is driving, and they go slower than they should, or they don't avoid obvious obstacles, or they drive straight into gunfire, or they crash the car because their AI pathing breaks, or they just decide to just not move, those are all things that are out of my control, and I cannot possibly fix it because, well, I'm just tasked with shooting things. And while, yes, the Saints Row franchise is all kind of around the shooting part, it usually does pretty good at variation, but the later you get in the games, the more and more it relies on this protect X, Y, or Z for a certain amount of time to pad out game time. To the point where once you get to Gat out of hell, pretty much the majority of the missions are just stand there and protect X, Y, or Z. It gets so bad that in Saints Row 4, they literally have multiple quests that reference that we're repeating the same thing over and over again. So, in the interest of saving time, I'm going to skip past this part.
What's going on? Shogo is explaining our failure to his father.
Mr. Akuchi doesn't sound happy.
That's because his son has brought him much shame. Akuchi-san is coming to America to teach Shogo how to lead.
Is that good or bad?
That depends on who you are.
わかりました、父上. We need the Saints taken care of before my father arrives.
What would you have me do?
What do you think I want you to do? Get some of our boys and kill them!
I know we said this in Saints Row 1, the deep dive, but I'm going to say it again in Saints Row 2, the deep dive. If you're going to have a character speak another language and the player chooses to have subtitles on, then those subtitles should translate whatever's being said. Having the subtitles simply say speaking Japanese does not help us understand what was being said. And while yes, it's easy to draw a conclusion based off of how the character's reacting and blah 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 blah, it would be nice to know exactly what's being said so we have more investment to what's going on. Believe it or not, this is my biggest pet peeve in video games or when we're reading a book and for some reason the author goes, oh, speaks in different language, and you're just like, yes, but why type out that language and then make it so I don't know what's going on? But it's also my biggest problem with TV shows where you have subtitles on if you have a wife that's like mine and has to have everything be a book for some reason, and you're reading the subtitles and then it just says speaks foreign language. just give us the full subtitles. And then if I don't have subtitles on, put subtitles on for those moments. It's part of the world building and character building. Don't be like, oh, it's your character doesn't speak that language. My character may not, but my character's not a real person. I'm a player and I have no idea what was said on that phone call, and I'm a nosy person and I want to know. Okay? Kind of like the neighbor in Tim the Tool Man. We're gonna drive to Aisha's house where we're gonna start the next mission and realize that Johnny's already making moves. Once again, bringing his kidnap victim to his place of residence.
Where's Johnny?
Oh, I sent him out to the store. He should be back. Who the hell is that?
Yo, that's our new house guest, baby. Caught this asshole riding around our turf.
Got something you want to tell me? Go to hell.
That wasn't very nice.
Daddy, I just bought that table!
Sorry about that. Why the fuck are you here?
Whatever you do to me is nothing compared to what Mr. Akuchi will do to you.
The Oyabun? No shit. When's he coming?
I'll die before I tell you.
Yep.
Daddy!
It'll wash out.
It better.
What the fuck's an Akuji?
Kazuo Okuji's the father of Shogo Okuji. The asshole's running the Ronin.
Okay, so who cares?
This guy's a fucking boogeyman. When I was in jail, I would listen to some of the Ronin talk about what this guy did in Japan. It's not pretty.
You think he's all talk?
I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out. You cool taking out those fuckers by yourself? I gotta clean up around the house.
No problem, man. I got this.
Once again, I have a hard time believing that Gat's this dumb to keep bringing the literal enemies to his front door. But I guess you could also make the argument that Gat just is so bloodthirsty he doesn't think about these things. It just seems in such contrast to games 1 and then 3. Even in 4, you can't help but think that Gat's smarter than the way he's portrayed in Saints Row 2. Here's our mission. We just gotta drive around and we gotta kill a bunch of dudes that are on motorcycles. Problem? I suck at driving motorcycles. It might just be a personal problem, but I'm gonna be just sharing a bit of experience from the early 2000s. There wasn't a single game on the planet that had motorcycle racing and or motorcycle driving done right when it came to the early 2000s video games. To be honest with you, the first game I remember that had decent motorcycle controls that wasn't a motorcycle racing game was Grand Theft Auto 5. Days Gone has phenomenal motorcycle controls, but that's a game that's heavily focused around motorcycles. Grand Theft Auto or Saints Row or Driver all have the worst motorcycle controls in the world. Cars can turn on a dime. Motorcycles, they can turn on about 7 nickels laid out in a line. Or other times they'll turn on a dime. It's just that inconsistency that drives you nuts, but at the same time, motorcycles are my favorite thing to drive in video games. But every time I do this mission, it reminds me of an old classic game from the early 90s called Road Rash. It was one of the only games that we had on our family computer, and so like anytime I do a racing mission that involves me on a motorcycle killing people on another motorcycle, I always think of that racing game. Needless to say, once they're dead, that's the end of the mission. We can move on, so I'm just gonna move on.
Dane, don't worry. I'll get the money back.
You're missing the point, Shogo. The money was insured. I'm more concerned about you.
What?
Ultor and the Ronin have had a very healthy relationship in the past, but lately, well, when I pay protection money, I expect some fucking protection.
Watch yourself, Vogel.
The Saints are a concern, Shogo.
Not for long.
Why's that?
I've got my best man working on that now.
Moshi Moshi.
Speak English.
What is it, Shogo?
I'm in a meeting with Dane Vogel. He wants assurances that the thing...
Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Like always.
I got the passenger manifest.
Thanks.
I'm not Shondi, so I had to, do actual work to get that.
What, you bribed someone?
Why you gotta be an asshole? Akuji bought every first-class seat on the plane. Looks like he's traveling with friends.
That'll make killing him a lot more interesting.
Well, if you want to welcome him to America, you better hurry. His plane's gonna land soon.
This mission turns out to be a giant nothing burger, because in typical villainous fashion, the villains are always one step ahead of the good guys. But in this case, the bad guys are one step ahead of the bad guys. We're gonna head to the airport where we're gonna fight a bunch of Ronin inside the airport, only to learn our target has already left, so why waste your time? There's zero reason to, other than the fact that this mission's called Orange Threat Level, which very much could be an exact representation of the current threat level in the United States of America. Oh my god, did Saints Row predict Trump? Oh, conspiracy theories are igniting.
Shogo-san desu. Hello?
What happened, Junichi?
What happened is that you left your father to die.
I didn't ask for your opinion, Junichi. What happened?
I went to the airport to safeguard Okuji-san's arrival. Once I saw the leader of the Saints making a move towards the terminal, I made my way to the plane so I could evacuate your father. His entourage willingly gave their lives to ensure his safety.
Let me speak to him.
No.
What?
Your father made it quite clear he doesn't wish to speak to you. Anything you have to say to him will go through me.
You ungrateful little...
Sayonara.
It's extremely obvious where this storyline is heading because, well, we already played it as recently as Saints Row 1. The story of the Ronin, with a few added caveats, is the exact same storyline as the Vice Kings from Saints Row 1, where the person in charge is deemed unfit to be in charge and the people under him slowly push towards taking over the entire thing. We saw this happen with Warren and Benjamin King in The Vice Kings, and now we're watching it happen again here. And as much as I think that the storyline's already been played out, I can't help but feel like it's told better in Saints Row 1 than it is in Saints Row 2. I have always felt like the Ronin only exist for one specific moment, and it's hard for me not to get past that. This is obviously 100% my own personal, opinion of the matter, but if you have a differing one, I would love to see it, or hell, make your own video, I'll come watch it. But for me, I just believe the Ronin are here for one shock and awe moment. Kind of like that one character that shows up in Gears of War only to self-delete himself 7 seconds later. Anyway, we're off to the next mission. Now, it would be my luck that the only recording that gets corrupted in the entire Saints Row 2, in fact in the entire franchise all the way up to Get Out of Hell, is the one where Aisha dies. So here is a random video off of YouTube that shows exactly what happens in that cutscene.
I don't take much pleasure in this.
Then let me go.
That depends on you.
Aisha doesn't care that I'm stopping by, does she?
Fuck no. Aisha doesn't go out much. She loves company.
You're gonna kill me, aren't you?
If you're calm, help us find the money, and do what I say, I give you my word you will live.
Ish, you home?
Johnny, it's a trap!
Ish!
Get out of the way!
All I'm saying is that we don't know how long Gat is gonna be laid out.
And you're willing to make a noble sacrifice and take his place?
Someone's gotta step up.
Trust me, Gat'll be up and running in no time.
And if he's not?
Then we have bigger problems. Sup?
How badly do you want the man who hurt Johnny Gat?
Who is this?
Junichi will be at Kanto tonight. This is our chance for revenge.
Our chance? Who the fuck are you?
Where you going?
I'm taking out the son of a bitch that killed Aisha.
As I said, it would be just my luck that the one mission that everybody cares about is the one mission that gets corrupted. I have over 2 terabytes of recordings and I have exactly 1 corrupt file. And it's that one. Anyway, you guys got to see what happens. Essentially what happened was the second in command for the Ronin ended up taking Aisha hostage and then killing her and stabbing Gat in the stomach. All that happened after that was an excessively long and drawn out escort mission through the entire city with Johnny in the back bleeding out and Pierce driving. It goes on for literally like 10 minutes. So in all honesty, all we did was cut out the fat because nobody cared about that. But now we're gonna go seek revenge on the guy that killed Aisha and stabbed Johnny. One thing to know is that through Saints Row 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to Gat Out of Hell, it all kind of started to ramp up and become unrealistic. I think people look back at Saints Row 2 as the most grounded between the two. You don't want the gritty realism of the current game of GTA 4 at the time of 2008, any more than you want the chaoticness of Saints Row 4. Saints Row 2 was a nice balance of those over-the-top moments with more grounded experiences like when Aisha died. So while yes, we went and picked up nuclear waste, we also did a mission where Carlos was killed in a classic way. But every once in a while, after these big serious moments, the early Saints Row games had a fantastic way of kind of just letting you kind of palate cleanse by giving you something that's just fun. Like when we go and fight the second in command. It's literally just a counter mesh. That's it. You just wait for them to attack you, you counter it, you kill them. That's all you have to do. In fact, it's very clear what game they're making fun of, because believe it or not, Saints Row loves to make fun of other video games. They're making fun of the first Assassin's Creed game, which came out in 2007, where the entire premise of the entire game is counterattacks and doing exactly what we're doing in this mission. So either they're making fun of it or they took inspiration from it, but either way, it's super easy and it allows the player a little bit of time to kind of just like mull over in their brain what just happened in the previous mission. These highs and these lows are very important to keeping a good pacing throughout the entire game. A great example of this is that in Saints Row 4, it's just so much over the topness, you kind of just get worn out and start to feel a little bit worn down. Saints Row 3 has more over the top with these low moments every once in a while, but that game starts to wear you out. Saints Row 2's perfect balance between the gritty realism that they're going for in this cartoony world versus the over the top moments that they want to share. And that's why I think a lot of people look back at Saints Row 2 as the best in the franchise. It did everything that 1 did and started better, while simultaneously giving you a more fun experience than say like Grand Theft Auto 4, with a hell of a lot less time investment. I like that they make every boss fight feel unique in Saints Row 2 rather than in the first game where they all played out relatively the same. Not saying that the challenge is any more difficult, but the experience is. So with the second in command now dead, we're free to start picking apart the Ronin.
Is everything okay, Father?
He's dead, Shogo. Junichi is dead. And all I'm left with is you.
Is that so bad?
It's worse than you could ever imagine.
Father,
Leave me in peace, Shogo.
I'll make you proud, Father. I'll finish what Junichi started. I'll kill Gat. I'll
do whatever you want, Shogo. Just do it away from me.
A tale as old as time. In order to pick apart the Ronin, we're first going to have to go pick up our best man, Johnny Gat. He's clearly going to need some revenge, so we're going to have to head over to the hospital.
So the bastard's dead?
I cut him up myself.
Hello? How can I help you? Excuse me, you can't go that way. Hello, security?
How you doing? She's dead. You really gotta ask.
I'm sorry, guys, but I'm gonna have to ask you to return to the waiting room.
Funeral?
We're waiting for you. Cut it. How long till you're back?
Doc said I should be up and murdering in a couple of days. Well, you know, he didn't say murdering, but you get the idea.
Time to leave?
Fuck yeah.
Alright, it's time for everybody's favorite time. It's point out the obvious plot hole. Johnny Gat is a person who literally escaped from trial at the very beginning of the game. Yet he's sitting here in a hospital that clearly had to have his identity in order to give him all the medicine and everything that he needs well in there. And well, that you can say, oh, they forged his ID and all that stuff. We have no proof of that. We drove him here, we dropped him off, we left, and we came back and he's still here. So we have to assume the hospital knows he's Johnny Gat. Second giant plot hole. Why didn't the hospital stop them with the swords before they ever got upstairs? I can't even walk into my hospital without being stopped 7 times and being searched. And apparently back in 2008, you could walk in there with full-on samurai swords and pistols. Now let's actually talk about the mission, and we're going to speed it up right now. Here's the thing. This mission is just so freaking dumb. Johnny Gat was more than stable when he was laying on top of that bed, hence why he wasn't hooked up to any machines. Yet for some reason, the second that we need to remove him from the hospital, he now bleeds out randomly. It's an annoying gameplay mechanic that makes absolutely no goddamn sense. Second, the way that the cart with Johnny Gat handles is brutal. It's like driving a 53-foot U-Haul trailer through here that only has straight wheels and can only turn at the very smallest amount. You are going to get stuck on literally every goddamn thing. Adding to the frustration is if Johnny Gat gets shot, then of course he bleeds out more, which means that you're going to fail this mission quite a lot. It's actually just one of those missions just inherently feels difficult just to be difficult. Now, you can let go of the gurney and you can go kill the enemy that is in the next room to try to traverse through the hospital safely, but the truth of the matter is it doesn't goddamn well matter. The developers over at Volition decided that the best way to make it interesting is to have the enemies just non-stop spawn in. This would have been a lot better with a finite amount of enemies that were spawning in per floor. This way the player could move Johnny Gat through the hospital with relative ease, as well as simultaneously do a little bit of tactical thinking. Another thing that the developers did just to pad out the game time here, and that's I refuse to believe it's not the case, is they had you bring Johnny from his floor all the way down to the main floor, only to have the ambulance that you're supposed to get in get exploded, then causing you to have to take Johnny Gat all the way back through the route you just came, all the way back through the route on the second floor where his room was, and then all the way up to the roof to steal a helicopter. There is no way that this wasn't done deliberately just to pad out game time. The sad truth is that they didn't have to do it this way at all. They should have just allowed it to be the one and out and done kind of thing and then just enjoy the rest of the game. This was common though during the 2000s that the game developers would always just go a little bit too much, just a little bit too far. You know, they would take that checkpoint that should have been, 10 minutes ago and they'd make it 15 or 20 minutes ago. They'd randomly just make a level extremely hard or introduce a new gameplay mechanic that you've never seen before for a boss fight that you'll never see again. It was common back then for these massive difficulty spikes to exist. It was also extremely common back then for them to have missions like this that are just simply meant to pad out the time. The truth of the matter is that there is no way to make this mission interesting when the AI fights the way that the AI does. And the second that you realize, no matter what you do, the enemy's just going to keep spawning in, you'll just start running through because there's no point in fighting him. It's just easier to run through and just hope that Johnny doesn't get hit. In fact, you can totally fluke this mission the first time by just running, but there's zero reason to be tactical, so we're just going to skip to the part where we steal the helicopter. Sadly, the helicopter is the exact same as before when we did it with Kinsey, where the enemy that is coming after us can literally do absolutely nothing. This entire mission just feels tacked on. I don't know how to explain it to you where it doesn't seem like I'm just complaining to complain. It just feels like it didn't need to exist. The story would have been just as good as if Johnny just walked out of the hospital and showed up in the next cutscene. If you just in your brain knew that Johnny got healed at the hospital, it would make no difference. This whole breakout thing, especially because the very second we leave the hospital, he no longer bleeds out, just feels so forced. And when it's forced, you can't help but notice it. So we're just going to move on.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Akuji. Shall we get down to business? You should care because I represent a multi-billion-dollar corporation that employs your son. Now can we sit down? With the recent change in management, I figured it would be a good idea to touch base. We at Old Tor understand that when working with the Ronin, there's bound to be some collateral damage. However, turning a hospital into a charnel house is something that even I can't spin. You need to keep your men under control.
My English must not be as good as I thought it was. It sounded like you were giving me an order.
You're quite astute, Mr. Akuji.
I'm not a 20-something who is impressed by a power tie, Mr. Vogel. I suggest you stop trying to bully me.
Mr. Akuji, your son and I negotiated a very reasonable contract.
My son's an idiot, Mr. Vogel. If you wish for the Ronin's protection, you had best be prepared to offer us something much more substantial.
That's not going to happen.
Then our business is concluded.
Mr. Akuji, I can't possibly stress how unwise this could...
Be silent. You can show yourself out now.
Well, I guess that's that. Best of luck, gentlemen. This is a hell of a place you got here. I mean, it's a good thing I had my tetanus shot, but beyond that, it's, cozy.
Do I know you? Name's Dane Vogel, who works for Altor. I remember he swung by the church and offered Dex a job a while back.
You're shitting me. Who's Dex?
Dex was a man who had higher aspirations than being a thug. You can't blame him for moving on up.
He was a fucking sellout.
You call him a sellout, I call him a millionaire.
What do you want?
I want to help you.
If I need any Altor Unlimited sunglasses, I'll steal them.
So you're familiar with our products?
Fuck off, Vogel.
Do you want our help or not?
Maybe.
Yes. No.
Well, this is a well-oiled machine.
What do you got?
We've recently severed our ties with the Ronin.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
I know where the Akujis lay their heads. I doubt any of your lieutenants have that information.
I don't know. Sean just fucked a lot of guys.
Gat's talking sense. How do we know it's not a trap?
That part's easy. I'll wait for you here. If you don't make it back, one of your boys can take me out.
Yo, why don't we just cut the waiting part?
I think the waiting part is very important.
Gat, you with me. Pierce, you're babysitting Vogel.
You sure you don't want me to take out this asshole now?
Save the bullet for Akuji.
Dane Vogel is an interesting character. One, because he's a great villain who's extremely underutilized. His power and his assets as well as his unlimited funds could have made him a great villain for us to work with throughout the entire game, or against for that matter. Sadly, he shows up in these cutscenes and then he's part of the prologue, and then we get to see him again a little bit in Gat Out of Hell. What I'm saying is that Dane Vogel was a fantastic villain that was extremely underutilized even in Saints Row 2. Even more so now that I played the entire franchise through, the original 5 games, and know each and every character that's coming and has come. Dane was definitely one of the standouts. That being said, this next mission, it's pretty cool. Don't get me wrong, it's going to be repetitive as all hell, but we know exactly where the leader of the Ronins is staying. He's staying in a hotel, so we're going to go there and do what we do best, which is blow it up. Admittedly, it's pretty damn repetitive, but for some reason it just feels refreshing to the absolute atrocity of the previous mission. Turns out if you set the baseline at pushing a hospital gurney through a hospital filled with never-ending enemies, you can then repeat blowing up each individual floor in a hotel over and over again, and somehow that'll feel like fresh and new and exciting content. It's pretty hard to change this mission up or offer any sort of improvements that could have been made. It was perfectly fine the way it was, and seems how it came after the hospital, you can't help but think that it was better than it is. The only cool part is at the end you have to jump off of the railing while the hotel explodes around you. One plot hole thought that I just had though. Why are we planting the bombs in the middle of the building? Wouldn't it have been easier just to run around the outside of the building and put, the bombs down there and just have the building collapse? Take it out at the foundations, if you will. It's not even like a really strict building. It's mostly made out of wood. Anyway, I'm probably overthinking it. Check this out though. This is pretty cool.
Yo, it been gone a long time. Maybe I should...
You really shouldn't.
It's all right, Pierce.
He led us right to him.
Get out of here, Vogel.
You've been a gracious host.
How come you went to the Ronin and not us?
You were in a coma and we couldn't find Julius. Timing is everything.
I had no idea how far my shame could extend.
Don't worry, Father. I'll fix this.
No, you won't, Shogo. You'll continue to disappoint me.
Ah, the disappointed in you speech. That one hurts more than just saying you're grounded to your room. I can tell you that. I was a kid once and I have kids. It's time for Aisha's funeral, and it turns out the Ronin don't think that should be a sacred moment for Gat, so they're gonna attack that funeral.
Eternal rest granted to her, O Lord. May perpetual light shine on her. May her soul and the souls of all the faithful departed rest in peace.
You two have humiliated my family for the last time!
Leave, little boy.
Look at me when I'm talking to you!
Fuck off, Akuji. I'm not killing anyone at Ishi's funeral. Tonight, tomorrow, you name a time and I will gladly fuck you up. But not now.
How noble. Nobility is sorely overrated.
Alright, before we talk about this, let's get the normal comments out of the way. Skill issue. You're mad cause bad. You're bad. You're trash. I didn't have that problem, so that means it doesn't exist. Interesting. Well, sure that, if you look to the left about 2 degrees, you would have noticed that Ronin coming for you. And if you had, you wouldn't have had these issues. We gotta talk about something. It seems Rowan, it's a good game. We all know that, but it's a game that has some problems. For instance, like spawning the character in slowly, locking that character in an animation, and or just not allowing person control over said character, and allowing the enemy to absolutely riddle him with bullets. We actually fail this fight multiple times in a row just simply because the game decides we do. There is nothing that I can do when I have zero control of my character, yet the screen slowly fades from black into color. During that slow fade in where I have no control over my character, the enemy is just absolutely raining unholy hell on me. Like I'm Lisa Ann at the end of a gangbang. I'm just getting riddled with bullets. I'm all for difficulty. I'm all for things that make the game harder. I'm all for new game mechanics. I have no issues with games like Elden Ring any more than I have any issues with like SOCOM. You know what I'm saying? But this specific Saints Row mission just feels so unrealistically hard. The game's throwing every mechanic that has slightly annoyed you through the entire video game at you all at once. Enemy spawns, random, all over the place. Sometimes they're behind you, sometimes they're in front of you. It does not matter. When we spawn in, we're immediately faced with like 20 guys, so you'd assume you should face that way. Nope, there's also 20 guys directly behind you that spawn in randomly. Okay, so you manage to take out the guys that are behind you. Well, guess what? Now cars are gonna come flying at you at the speed of light like you are a magnet. They don't care about any other NPC that is here. Not one single saint registers on their radar. They will drive directly at you, hit you with their car, and kill you. Or they'll drive right at you, you're distracted, and guess what? The game will have somebody spawn in behind you. The next mechanic that's frustrating, every single enemy, for some reason, rather than fighting the rest of the saints that are here, they instead only shoot at you, meaning that you're just going to get absolutely riddled with bullets no matter what you do. This mission's going to be dumbed down into a trial and error experience. You're either going to make it to the next section, the next checkpoint, or you're not. Personally, I don't think that's a fun gameplay loop, and it was frustrating back in 2008 just as much as it was frustrating replaying it in 2026. It was also a massive missed opportunity to give us that big gang feeling. That's something that this game has lacked since the Marrow fight. We haven't really felt like we're part of the Saints Row. We haven't felt like we're part of the 3rd Street Saints at all. It's pretty much been me and Gat, or me and Shondi, or me and Pierce running around doing literally everything, while the NPCs that exist in the world that are wearing our flags are currently doing absolutely nothing. This would have been a great opportunity to have a bunch of the Saints there for the funeral, as well as a bunch of the Ronin, and have that big impactful fight like we did when we fought Marrow. For some reason, Saints Row is a game that is focused around gangs, except for they don't want the game to be focused around gangs. It spends most of the time not even referencing the gangs at all. To put it in perspective, I currently own pretty much every single territory in all of Stillwater. Yet, when I drive through all of Stillwater, my gang does not help me with the police or with the enemies that are chasing me. In fact, they're very spread out very unevenly, meaning that for the most part, it's just you. This mission specifically could have been an amazing opportunity for the game developers to give you another big gang moment like we had multiple times in the first game and we had in the Marrow fight, and instead they just let it be a bullet hell where I can't see the bullets. Not saying you can't get it done, you most definitely can, but it's going to be trial and error. And I would challenge literally anybody who isn't a professional speedrunner of Saints Row 2 to go and give this mission a shot. It will be surprisingly difficult, not in the aspect of like, oh my god, there's so many game mechanics in the way. It's like, oh my god, there's so many things that are just here to screw me up. And the truth is, there's nothing more than what you're seeing here. I'm letting you guys see the entire thing with the failures, and you guys are more than welcome to offer your observations down below. But while you're watching this, I want you to think of all the things that they could have added to this mission to make it feel better. Think of the resources the Saints have. We have tanks, we have helicopters, we have literal machine guns and RPG. We have a gang of thousands of people, yet this is what we brought to the funeral. And don't say it would be too much when in later Saints Row games we're bringing VTOL jets to chase down a single person or a single target. There's many ways that they could have made this better, and they chose not to. They also didn't allow us, the players, a moment to reminisce on Aisha and watch Gat be vulnerable. And that's another massive missed opportunity for character development. Not saying it's not fun, it just feels like a missed shot. I love early 2000s janky little cutscenes where they just show you like one little movement and they're like, that deserved its own cutscene. We're gonna have to hunt down the second in command here, the kid. Except for it's not gonna be that hard at all because his AI pathing's absolutely busted. So we easily take care of him, and then Gat's gonna, well, finally take care of him, getting his revenge like he wanted all along at the funeral.
Where are you taking me? Let me go!
Get up. Get up. Get up.
Please, stop.
Not so fun when you're fighting someone who isn't tied to a chair, is it?
I didn't kill her!
You ordered it.
I'm sorry.
Well, that brings her back, doesn't it? You couldn't even let her have a burial, you fucking piece of shit.
No, please. No. Kill me, but don't do this. Just kill me, damn it! Don't do this!
Gotta pick one. Buried alive, lit on fire, or drowning. Which one do you not want to die from? And don't say all of them, because that's a stupid answer and you're no fun at all. Okay, so all that's left is the big head honcho, and for some reason this is gonna take a odd turn. Not in a weird and wacky sort of way, more in just like, it just kind of just like putters out, just kind of like poop, poop, poop. An old friend's gonna arrive, and then that old friend's gonna end up getting attacked by the head honcho guy, and they're gonna have an old man sword fight on a bunch of boats that are on fire out in the middle of the ocean. Sounds super fun and exciting, right? For some reason it doesn't. I don't know how to explain the Ronins. Everything else up to this point's been okay, but the Ronins it just feels like they're running out of gas, and the developers were just throwing stuff at the wall to see what would stick. When you take the entire concept of a boss fight and you remove it from the player's hand, well then what are we doing? That's the whole point in the player playing the game, is to fight the boss. Anyways, you guys will have to see what I'm talking about in this next mission.
That fucker's still screaming.
I'm pretty sure Shogo's dead by now.
That guy can dream, right?
Oh, God! Jesus! What is it, baby? I bumped into an old buddy of yours who was looking for you.
Who is it?
You can see for yourself in a few minutes.
You brought him here?
How do you know this asshole isn't trying to kill me?
Please. I would never kill my favorite assassin.
Mr. Wong. This guy used to have me running around killing guys in hot dog suits.
I'm quite pleased to hear about your survival. I'm here to give you my thanks for killing Kazuo Akuji's son.
You know Akuji?
Akuji and I have a long history. I have also had several unpleasant dealings with his son.
What did Shogo do?
When he was younger, he killed Mr. Wong's dog.
You fucking kidding me?
I do not joke about Sadie.
If you guys got some time, we could...
Is that?
Were you followed?
Shit, I don't know.
You was fucking followed.
You aren't gonna believe this! A bunch of Ronin goons are coming this way? Well, yeah. You ready for this, Wong?
Whoa.
I have not killed a man in quite some time.
Okay, we have to start with meeting Mr. Wong for the first time, which is this mission. If you don't know who Mr. Wong is, I will forgive you for it this one time. Mr. Wong handed out the Chinatown Hitman missions in Saints Row 1. Because it's a Saints Row activity, it goes into the activity section. I don't cover every single character, otherwise it would be like 2 hours of just talking about activities. Mr. Wong played an extremely small role in Saints Row 1. So when he arrived in Saints Row 2 and everybody acted like, oh my god, I know him, nobody really did. I even remember back in 2008 playing this game going, who the hell is this guy? It wasn't until years later when I replayed Saints Row 1 that I was like, oh, it's him. Saints Row does this a lot where they call back on characters you spend very little time with and then pretend like it's this big deal. An example of this is in Saints Row Gat Out of Hell. One of the characters you play is Luz as a husk, a soulless husk, and you have to help her through the insurance fraud activity, shorten her years in hell so she can go to heaven. They also do this with Dex, who showed up in the first game and is rumored to be the villain for the rest of the franchise, but we never actually see it come to fruition, so instead he gets dedicated to a wandering husk inside of Gat Out of Hell. So don't feel bad if you didn't know who Mr. Wong was, because, well, nobody did back then. The task here is pretty simple. The Ronin have showed up to knock down the supports of the headquarters of the 3rd Street Saints. And instead of sneaking in through any of the multiple entrances and caverns and tunnels that exist beneath the city, they decided to come in through our literal front door. They didn't even do it quietly, they came in on literal motorcycles. Once again, just showing how absolutely stupid some of these characters are with their plans. Our only task is to defend the 3rd Street Saints headquarters and the supports that are underneath to stop the roof from collapsing. This is not a problem at all because by this point we are well versed in defending certain locations for a certain amount of time so then a cutscene can play. So after defending those certain locations for a certain amount of time, a cutscene will play.
I'm fine, but Akuji won't stop here.
I know. We gotta lock our shit down. When the Ronin come back at us, I wanna be ready.
You don't need to follow me like a child.
The boss asked me to make sure the Ronin don't crash your party, and that's what I'm gonna do. Wong, get out of here.
Wong. Kuji. Leave us, cripple. Be thankful for the merciful deaths you and your rabble are receiving. It's nothing compared to what I will do to the Saints when I'm through here.
You talk too much.
You got good timing.
Mr. Wong needs your help.
What's wrong?
The Ronin have attacked the Heritage Festival. Mr. Wong won't last against the Koji.
Where's Gat?
He ran off to fight the Ronin as they approached.
Sit tight. I'm on my way.
As I said, the actual boss fight's not really what we do here. It's not even the main focus. We will fight, you know, the guy, but it's just not going to really be anything special. The final mission for the Ronin is broken up into very fragmented sections. The first segment is getting to the docks to steal a Sea-Doo, and then race across the ocean in order to get to another dock, and then we can go and push towards the actual fight. I'm keeping it real with you guys here. The ocean part on the Sea-Doo is painfully long and just so annoying. As we go across, there's going to be a helicopter who's going to be throwing bombs out of the back of his helicopter at us in order to make it so then we can't make it there. Few plot holes. How the hell would they know that we would randomly choose to grab a Sea-Doo out of every single vehicle in all of Saints Row 2? Second, why would they do a surprise attack on the pier and then go, you know what, we need a helicopter just out on the ocean to throw bombs at people on Sea-Doos just in case? From a gameplay mechanic, it's alright. Like, I don't know how to explain it to you. It's so simply easy that you're going to mess it up just because you're not thinking about it properly. Moving on, the second segment takes place on the docks. The next segment of the final mission has us fighting an X amount of Ronin on the dock. There's nothing inherently wrong with this. We've done it a million times, so it'd be hard to nitpick it now when we haven't really cared about it before. So instead, I'm going to point out a missed opportunity to have had Gat slowly fall back until we are fighting together back to back against the Ronin forces here. It really does seem like that would be the natural outcome, but instead, Gat's just mentioned on the radio that he's off living his best life fighting the Ronin out in the middle of nowhere. And while, yes, that fits into Gat's personality, Gat leaving the boss alone to fight hordes of enemies in a main story mission will never be the case again. Gat's loyal to the end of the earth, yet for some reason in Saints Row 2, he just does whatever the hell he wants while simultaneously trying to be the Gat that we all know and love. I love Gat. Gat's my favorite gaming character in the Saints Row franchise, but we can also acknowledge that he's not the same Gat that we fell in love with in Saints Row 1. This one just seems a little dumb. I love that little janky cutscene stuff. It reminds me of the first time I ever played Grand Theft Auto 3. Grand Theft Auto 3 is riddled with little cutscenes like that. The third segment of our mission here, the final one, is we have to chase down the Ronin's leader across a bunch of party boats. That's what I'm going to call them. They got a fancy name, but we're going to call them party boats. The party boats, or the pyrotechnic boats, for this festival are on fire. So there's a very specific path that we have to take in order to be able to navigate these boats while they're on fire, while simultaneously fighting the enemies that are within. I'm going to be honest with you, this part's a cakewalk, but it doesn't have the visuals to offset the fact that it's so easy. But at the same time, I do understand that if they also had a bunch of enemies with the timeline on it, plus the fire, that people would have just gotten pissed about this. But hey, they kept that hospital mission in, so to be honest with you, I wouldn't be shocked if they decided they would have gone full bore. Believe it or not, we're harping on this game quite a lot, but for 2008, this was peak. This was innovation. This was absolutely everything that we didn't get in games like Grand Theft Auto 4. Well, Grand Theft Auto 4 is a phenomenal title, do not get me wrong. It lacked a little bit of that chaoticness of the previous installations in the Grand Theft Auto franchise. Due to that lack of innovation and chaoticness inside of Grand Theft Auto 4, it allowed Saints Row to have a unique opportunity to really stand out on its own. And while missions like this now today look janky as hell, in 2008, this was peak. You were immersed. You were like, holy crap, there's going to be fireworks, there's fire, the boats are sinking, we're chasing down a dude with a sword. You were here. It's only because of modern times that we look at this and go, wow, that looks terrible, but I still appreciate it. This will bring us to the final stage in the final mission of the Ronin. We now have to sword fight the leader of the Ronin on the boat while it's on fire. And if it wasn't just a counterfest, I would have been excited about this. If you've watched my Assassin's Creed 1 deep dive video, the very last fight is against Robert. The fight against Robert just is a counterfest. So the big boss battle that we all worked our way towards for the whole game, the whole Assassin's Assassin's Creed 1 game was just to sit there and counter his attacks. There was a problem with games in the early 2000s where I don't think they knew how to end video games or how to end a storyline, so they just defaulted to make it an epic fight where the boss is super strong and you just counter all their moves so it looks cool. Assassin's Creed, BioShock, Saints Row, these are all games that have the exact same fight kind of ending. It's kind of like in the 80s where every musician didn't know how to end their song, so they just slowly faded it out over like a minute and a half. Or how every movie in the early 90s and 2000s ended with the villain and the hero fistfighting for some reason. This was just a trope of its day, and sadly, it's just a victim of that. Everybody was doing this, from movies to songs to the games you were playing. They didn't understand how to end the mission in a way that would be impactful and memorable, so they always ended it the same way. So yeah, we're gonna finish this with another counterfest, and then we'll get a cutscene.
Did you really think you could match my skill?
No. I'm gonna cheat.
Finish it.
Put Wong on the phone. Hey Wong, I want you to hear something. Come on, be a good sport. You hear that, Wong? You're welcome. Thanks.
When I escape, the world will not be big enough for you to hide in.
Luckily for me, you're gonna burn to death in a few minutes. Your son never should have fucked with my friends.
Okay, so the Saints own Stillwater, but they don't, because Ultor still exists, the evil corporation that's been controlling everything in behind the scenes. Saints Row 1 had the government, the police chief, and the mayor controlling everything and pulling every string like a puppet master. This game, it has Dane Vogel, who is the puppet master in this case, so we're gonna go bring the fight directly to him because, well, the Saints don't want just a little piece of the pie, they want the whole goddamn thing.
This could be going better.
Okay, I misspoke to make it sound better than it was. Ultor goes after the Saints because Ultor wants the bigger piece of the pie. I've always had this thought that Saints Row would have had a really cool story arc if they had allowed us, the player, to work with another gang to take over the city, and based off of which gang we chose to take over the city with, the storyline would play out differently. I feel that using Ultor as the catalyst in the third one to work with them as a corporation to take over the next city would have been a great opportunity to tie the games together as well as pushing the narrative forward. Sadly, it devolves into what everything else devolves into, just absolutely shooting the shit out of each other. Not complaining, here we are inside of wherever the hell we just were, some club, and we're gonna have to fight waves and waves and waves of bad guys until eventually we can escape. Once we escape, we gotta go save Pierce and Shondi, who are also under attack by Ultor. There's nothing really fancy about this mission, it's mostly just defend location, drive to location, defend location, so I'm not gonna waste your time because we're already getting quite long in the tooth when it comes to this video. So expect a lot of really sped up parts moving forward just to speed this up, because the Ultor missions never really get that good.
I liked Ultor a lot more when they just made clothes.
What you do to piss these guys off?
Fuck if I know.
Yo, I signed on for killing gangbangers, not fighting some SWAT team from hell.
Don't worry about it, Pierce. We'll take care of it.
The fuck you mean don't worry about it? These guys are packing space age shit.
Hey, Shondi, You date anyone who worked at a place called the Pyramid?
No.
For real? Alright. You two find out whatever you can about this place. I want to take these assholes apart.
Is this the pyramid?
Yeah. Ultor's built a huge R&D facility underneath Mount Claflin.
Let me guess. They aren't developing a better bread box.
Honestly, they probably are. They're just, developing guns and body armor, too.
Why is Ultor gunning for us?
It doesn't matter. Here's the plan. Pierce and Shondi, I want the two of you to hit the streets and take out as much Ultor property as you can. If Ultor wants to come after us, fine. But we're gonna make it fucking cost them. Gat, you and I are gonna hit the Pyramid.
What, we don't get to blow shit up in public?
Fine. We could do some damage street side, but we gotta be quick. I don't want to give Ultor any more of a heads up than we have to.
This is a weird mission, I'm not gonna lie to you guys at all. You have to drive to a location, and then you have to get Ultor's attention by killing everybody, and then once you get their attention, you just go to Forgive and Forget, which is at the same location, and drive away? Not even joking. That's exactly what you do. You drive to Forgive and Forget, you fight Ultor until they come, and then once you got their attention, you just pretend like you never did it, and then you drive to the facility. I know somebody's gonna be like, oh, it was a distraction, blah, 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 but that goes against everything they just said inside the cutscene. I just always found it funny. That being said, we're going to drive to the location, which is underneath the mountain, as Shondi just said. Once inside the facility, we're going to go around and we're going to plant 3 bombs. Why? Because there's the arbitrary rule of 3, where if you don't do 3 things, then for some reason it's not worth doing at all. You know what's really funny about this? They make fun of this really heavily in Saints Row 4. Like, they make fun of it constantly because this is the gameplay loop moving forward in every Saints Row game. It's always protect 3, do 3, break 3, go 3. It's the rule is of 3s, ladies and gentlemen. So once we plant the 3 bombs, we're then tasked with escaping the facility, which just involves going and stealing this APC. I have no idea why, but for some reason, my APC couldn't go any faster than what you're about to see.
Dane, while your project has been yielding positive results, the board is a little concerned.
I don't understand.
The Saints are out of control.
That was the point.
When you budgeted funds for force majeure, we didn't realize compromising the pyramid was what you had in mind.
We're dealing with violent criminals. Are you really surprised they might do something, I don't know, violent? The pyramid was not going to last forever. It's better to spin this now when we are the victims than when Channel 6 does an undercover expose.
Dane, fix the problem.
Okay, maybe I'm being too obtuse. Let me try this again. There is no problem.
We've had enough of your ego.
My ego is what got you this far.
Finish off the Saints, or being fired is the least of your worries.
Is that all?
Take care of this, Dane.
Of course I will.
Now, Ultor, like every other gang, has a stronghold that you have to take care of, which is the mall. I am not going to lie to you. I have zero interest in doing it. I did it, but I didn't want to. Instead, we're going to focus on the main story missions, and we're going to continue dismantling Ultor from, well, I'd say the ground up, but this time it's from the air down.
The county has also dragged its feet on amending the process necessary to achieve.
You in position, Johnny?
Oh, yeah.
Just make sure I get to Vogel.
Could you elaborate on your affiliation with local gang?
As most of you know, the Ultor Board of Directors were assassinated the other night, and while we at Ultor would like to take the time to mourn their passing, sadly that's a luxury we don't have. The corporate office has named me chairman. and I wanted to personally let you all know, not only will business continue as usual, but we will be taking even greater strides forward. Monica Hughes has graciously greenlit a project that's very dear to us at Old Tor, the revitalization of Shivington. In the coming days...
Mr. Volition, come with us.
If you're wondering what he meant by the board was assassinated, we were sent out to a yacht, and on that yacht was the entire board members, and we killed them. And I didn't feel like showing you guys that because it wasted everybody's time. We're gonna hunt down this limousine. It's armored. It's extremely armored. It's basically the limousine that the president uses, except for it's Ultor. What's crazy is that these armored limousines actually exist, and that's actually terrifying that somebody out there other than the president of the United States and the, other politicians require a tank as a vehicle. But yeah, I'll keep drinking out of my paper straw, thank you. Eventually, we will destroy the limousine. It just takes a little bit of effort, where then we're going to have to steal a helicopter. Once we have the helicopter, we have to destroy generators on the side of the building by blowing them up, obviously. It's nothing too hard about this, but this is a perfect time for me to say that this is exactly what we needed more of throughout Saints Row 2, but less of in Saints Row 3 and Saints Row 4. We needed that balance. This is chaotic enough that it's fun, but it's not over the top where you're constantly going like, yeah, okay, even though we did kind of headbutt a fire hydrant at 100 kilometers an hour. This is where we needed to be. This is the perfect point between chaotic over-the-topness and calm, like, normalness. We're just borderlines on believable enough that you can suspend your disbelief for a little while. It's the same thing with the Fast and the Furious franchise. There was a moment where we all kind of went, oh, is okay. Like when Vin Diesel stomped on the concrete and for some reason an entire building fell down. That kind of moment takes you out of it. Saints Row 3 sits in that spot the entire time you play the game. I'm referencing that because Saints Row 2 had this mission, and back when in 2008, everybody was saying we need more of this. More explosions, more helicopters, more chaoticness, more. And sadly, that's exactly what Volition did, and while that can be seen as a good thing today, but it wasn't a good thing back then, because as soon as Saints Row 3 came out, everybody was like, whoa, that's too much, okay? Roll it back a little bit. But by that point, they were already dedicated to the line that they were on. I said this earlier, but if we'd all been a little bit honest with what we wanted and a little bit more bending on what we were getting, we would have had a much better Saints Row franchise. And as I said earlier in this video, we may have been getting excited for the newest Saints Row release at the same time as the newest Grand Theft Auto. Sadly, because we were refusing to acknowledge that there needs to be a balance between good and over-the-top parts, as well as grounded, more realistic experiences, we got games like Saints Row 3, Saints Row 4, and Saints Row Gat Out of Hell. Believe it or not, this is the peak of the franchise. What you're watching right now is as good as it's ever gonna get. But I don't want you to get it twisted. This is still extremely fun. If there's something that all the Saints Row games have in common, it's the fact that from beginning to the very end, you can't say that you're not having fun. Sure, some missions are going to be worse than others, and other missions are going to be better than others. But along the way, as long as the balance is good, then the experience itself is good. And I think Saints Row did it perfectly, and this mission perfectly sums up the exact peak of what we were willing to take. So it's time to take on Dane Vogel. I'm not gonna lie to you, the fight's super duper easy. It's just essentially shoot him until he goes down. But for some reason, I feel like it's okay. Like when you have big over the top set pieces like we just experienced, it's okay to have a more grounded experience. And remember, these are supposed to be humans. They're supposed to be based in some sort of realism. At the end of the day, we're supposed to think that these are real people in this universe. And if I can shoot random dude on the street and he goes down immediately, but I have to shoot you 300 million times, it just takes you out of that moment. With Dane Vogel dead, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed Saints Row 2.
All right, let's not be too hasty here. You're upset, you're frustrated, and you've got a gun, which you know I'd really like it if you would put that away.
You should have thought of that before you sent a team to wipe out my gang.
I tried telling the board that going after the Saints was a big mistake.
They should have listened to you.
Believe me, right now I am agreeing with you 100%. But you have to look at the positives. You're alive, they're dead, and you have the Saints' #1 fan running all...
We missed it?
Told ya. Now pay up.
Where the fuck were you guys?
Traffic. What?
He's not joking. The roads have been blocked off.
You see Gad out there?
Oh, he's fine. He's still out there killing cops.
Figures.
What is it?
It's done. Time to pull out of there.
You sure? Get the fuck off of me! I mean, I'm not running out of ammo anytime soon.
I'm sure. See you back home.
Later.
Who you calling now? All right.
Welcome aboard.
So what do we do now? This is our city. We do whatever the fuck we want.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's Saints... Wait, hold on. Wait a second. No, don't go anywhere. We got to figure out what happened with Julius. Let's do the bonus mission. The bonus mission has us returning to the police headquarters to listen to audio logs from the gang's bugged telephone lines from Saints Row 1, where we can learn who actually betrayed us and who is to blame for us being blown up on the boat in the events of Saints Row 2 and us having to rebuild the whole gang. So forgive me, you're going to have to listen to some audio logs.
What's up, Dex?
I know you're a cop.
Fuck are you talking about?
Come on, man. Who you think you talking to? The tactics, the police station thing, your shitty haircut? You got cop written all over you.
So, what are you gonna do?
Nothing.
What?
I'm out, Troy. I got offered a job at Ultor. I'm dropping my flags and I'm going straight. I just want to make sure that we're not gonna have a problem.
How you doing, Julius?
I was doing better before I got arrested.
I wanted to talk to you about that.
I bet you do.
Listen, Julius, you've made some bad choices, but you're a good man. Let me help you out.
What do you want?
I want the Saints to be gone. Okay? Now, there's two ways that can happen.
You can arrest all of us.
Or you guys can quit while you're ahead. All right? This is my investigation. I can miss a few collars.
What are you saying?
Dex is out of the game, and you're in jail. If you can convince Johnny and your number 2 to drop their flags, the Saints will fall apart, and everyone goes home happy.
You don't think this will work, do you?
You think I like arresting my friends? Convince them to quit, and I won't have to.
There's no way that player's gonna stop.
Make them understand.
Let's say I can. How do I know I'm going free?
I've already talked to the mayor. Hughes is willing to give you guys pardons.
I'll see what I can do.
What the fuck was that?
It was the only way.
I said talk, not set off a goddamn bomb.
Relax, Troy. The Saints are finished. Don't try to find me.
So there you go. Julius was the one that set off the bomb to save his own butt. So now we're going to have to go find Julius, who happens to be inside of the Saints' old HQ. So we're going to head over there and we're going to meet Julius. But not before first calling Dex, who we got the number from Troy's office. He's going to set us up. Well, tell us where Julius is at least.
How you doing, player? If you've gone through Troy's files, you know that Julius set you up. Meet me at the old church, and I'll tell you where to find Julius.
The fuck took you so long?
You ain't Dex.
Neither are you.
You look different, did you?
I didn't do shit to my hair.
You pulling a gun on me?
Well, I didn't have time to plant a bomb in the church, so this'll have to do.
You don't know what the hell you talking about.
Why don't you educate me?
I don't gotta explain shit to you.
This is where we gonna have to agree to disagree.
Why don't you just put the gun down? We both know you're not gonna use it.
Not yet.
Stop!
I never thought I'd see you beg, Julius.
I'm not begging. I'm trying to talk some sense into you.
I'm done listening to your bullshit.
Put it together. Dex wanted us in the same place.
Yeah, why'd he want that?
Can we kill each other later?
Not going to make you guys watch all 7 minutes and 41 seconds and 0.4 milliseconds of this mission. What we have to do is we have to defend the church, the east side, the west side, the north side, the south side, as we get attacked. Dex has set us up. He wanted us both here so he could take us both out so he could continue living his best life. Because let's be honest, as long as Julius and the boss are alive, or Playa as Julius calls him, Dex will never be safe. Here's the thing, with this entire mission, it feels extremely tacked on. And if you know the direction in which the company was heading at the time, then you know why it was tacked on. They never intended it to play out this way. They wanted to have their own standalone games, and they wanted the story to be told over multiple installations into the franchise, but instead, things weren't going so well for THQ at the time, so they decided to tack this mission on at the end. It's in fact so tacked on, it is the most buggy mission that you'll play in the entire game. Julius will just get stuck on walls and fall through the map, he'll just randomly die, he just teleports away, and the enemy doesn't fight fair. This mission feels broken and tacked on from the very beginning, which is sad because this mission single-handedly left 99% of the people who played this game pissed off. We just played over 20 hours worth of gameplay and it all was to do nothing to do with the first game. Like sure, there was the odd character that came in and didn't come in kind of thing, but at the end of the day, what we really wanted to do was solve the mystery of the first game, and sadly, we couldn't solve the mystery of the first game because the mission's a secret mission that you have to go find inside of the game, and if you didn't know that it existed, you would never get this conclusion. In fact, the first time I ever beat Saints Row 2, I didn't know that this mission existed, and my buddy was like, hey, did you find Julius? I was like, no. And then he was like, oh, you gotta go to the police station, you gotta do blah, 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 blah. This was a terrible way to end the storyline of Julius, especially seems how Keith David never left the franchise. He's in the next game, which means Julius never had to die. What should have happened, in my personal opinion, is that we met with Julius, and then Julius went to the next city, and he was one of the leaders of the rival gang. Dex being another leader of the rival gang. We won't see Dex ever again. We will not talk to him until the very end of the franchise, which is Saints Row Gat Out of Hell for the original story, where you guessed it, Dex is just a wandering husk, just some random thing you can kill out in the middle of nowhere. This was good and bad at the same time because it gave the players a little bit of, closure, if you will, but also left a lot of questions and a lot of wants. It would have been better if this never happened at all, in my personal opinion, because then we'd always have that question, who did the bomb? And they could have always tied it together in Saints Row 3 or 4 instead of just tacking it on at the end of Saints Row 2. That being said, we will eventually take Julius to the outdoor theater.
What do you say we get the hell out of here? You shoot. I'll drive.
You ain't hearing me complaining.
I got some hardware you might like in the backseat.
Too easy.
You didn't think it was gonna be that easy, did you?
I didn't come this far to die. I must feel bad for that poor bastard.
Just like old times, player.
Yeah.
Jesus. I thought we were past this.
Not by a fucking long shot.
Don't you get it? The Saints didn't solve a goddamn thing. Drugs were still being pushed. Innocent people were still getting killed. All we did was turn into vice kings that wore purple.
Jesus Christ, you sound like a pussy.
I sound like someone who's not a sociopath.
You want to be the killer with a conscience? Fine. Drop your flags and write a book like King, but you never should have came after me.
You telling me, if I would have asked you to walk away, you would have said yes?
Fuck no, this is my city.
Jesus, you haven't learned a goddamn thing.
Wrong. I've learned that being in charge is better than being a bitch who keeps his mouth shut and does what he's told. Your time's over, old man.
What's happened to you?
I woke up.
You owe me, player. If it wasn't for me, you would have died on that street corner.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been in a goddamn coma.
But I guess that makes us even.
Not really.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's our playthrough of Saints Row 2. It's a deep dive, but it's also just like a let's sit back and relive the memories of Saints Row 2 and everything it had to offer. Let's discuss what we liked and what we didn't like, and I think I did pretty well at sharing my opinions. Obviously, it's easy to lean onto the negativity side, and I try not to, and I try to offer opinions and solutions wherever I can. But overall, if we were going to sum up my exact opinions and my exact thoughts about Saints Row 2, I think it's a phenomenal game. I think Saints Row 2 is everything that I remember it to be, and I think it's just as special now as it was then. And I'm not always going to end these with a positive note where it's like, yes, this is a good thing. In fact, Saints Row Gat Out of Hell is probably the worst experience in the entire franchise other than the reboot. So don't think every time we end a video it's going to be, yeah, this is exactly as I remembered. But when it comes to Saints Row 2, it's everything I remembered. Maybe not everything, because it did look pretty bad without the mods. But with mods, it's everything I remembered. Ladies and gentlemen, if you stuck it out this long, you might as well hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. I genuinely hope each and every one of you has a fantastic day, and I'll catch you guys later.